Prophet Muhammad does this. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Crazy how he married Aisha. He had to dream twice about her before he decided himself to marry her. Because the little girl is not gonna come up to him and say, "Hey, old man, I wanna marry you." A little girl's not gonna do that. So he made that decision to marry little Aisha. So the dream did not come true itself. He made the dream come true after a second time dreaming about it. While he says in the hadith, if a dream doesn't come true the first time, it's not from Allah. So actually, maybe that was our God saying, "Oh, marrying a 6-year-old is not okay." That's why the dream didn't come true the first time. But he was actually just fantasizing about little Aisha, and he said, "Oh, the second time he was fantasizing, dreaming about her, it must be from Allah." So he decided to marry her himself, because a little girl is not gonna decide to marry a fucking old man. That's how he married little Aisha. One time dream, not come true, not from Allah. Second time he dreamed, he made it come true himself. So that's the story of how Muhammad married Aisha. He dreamed about a little girl, perversion, pedophilia, dreaming about a little girl and then deciding to marry her. That's pedophilia, literally.
You're taking it out of context.
Yeah, I am taking that out of context. I am taking it way out of context.
What is the context in this case?
I don't know, you tell me.
For my understanding, we take the hadith of Aisha as hadith of Aisha, means Aisha's opinion, which, as you know, is not taken seriously by Muslim jurisprudence. They don't take her seriously. Like, for example, she has these hadiths about breastfeeding adults, and this is not taken seriously.
The Prophet left little Aisha literally in the middle of the desert to go to another woman. He left Aisha and one of his followers had to take her back. Like, bro, he had to marry about her 2 times and then he decided to marry her. Because the first time it didn't come true, which means it's not from Allah. So if the first time a dream doesn't come true, it means it's not from Allah. He dreams the second time about her, he makes it come true herself. That's literally him fantasizing 2 times by a little girl. He's a pedophile.
Who narrated that he fantasized about this girl?
Give me a second. I'll get it in a minute. Wait, give me a second. I have it. Oh, it's actually narrated by Aisha herself. Sahih al-Bukhari.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's narrated by.
So you're taking your religion from Aisha. Of course, you have to deny this kind of religion. It's a horrible religion.
No, this is a Sahih Hadith. Sahih Hadith.
Of course, it's Sahih. It's Sahih. Yes, Aisha was reported to have said that. Yes.
Yes, it's Sahih al-Bukhari 3895.
So shame was on who?
Shame on what? What do you mean shame on who?
There is a woman claiming that the representation of God was fantasizing about her.
Yes.
Okay.
The Prophet said to her that the Prophet told her this.
No, she is saying she claimed that the Prophet told her. That's the narrative. That's a Sahih narrative.
Oh, so you're gonna say this is a weak hadith, right?
No, it's not weak. It's Sahih. It's accurate. She was accurately reported as saying that.
Yeah. And in another hadith, he states.
So this is a judgment against her. This is like a burden on her to prove.
Yeah.
Yet you chose to believe Aisha, right?
I don't believe.
Your version of Islam is Aisha's version of Islam, correct?
It's not, because she's narrating Prophet Muhammad, so it's not. And I think Aisha is a pretty reliable source since it was his wife.
Aisha is pretty reliable. For you, like, it is reliable that the representation of God fantasizes about her. Like Jesus, let's say Jesus. Jesus fantasizes about her. Like there's a woman that say in your religion, if you're Christian or whatever, if someone comes and tells you, Jesus fantasizes about me, what would you think of her?
We're not talking about Jesus here. Jesus is not Muhammad.
In my religion, Muhammad is the messenger of Jesus, right?
What? Muhammad is the messenger of Jesus? What are you saying?
He's the representation of God, the same God of Jesus, right?
So Muhammad is the same as Jesus?
He is the representation. He came with the message of Jesus or not?
Muhammad came with the message of Jesus?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think Muhammad came with a completely different message.
Yeah, that's what Aisha. Yeah, Aisha is saying that. Yeah, he was fantasizing about her. Yes, but if you read the other narrators, it's different. It's a different story.
He said that to Aisha, and Aisha narrated it.
But who was there? Who was there witnessing what Aisha was saying? Like, was there another witness?
Wait, I'm not gonna continue with you if you're a Muslim, because this is ridiculous. Stop being apologetic. Just accept it. Just accept it the way it is.
I told you, I said that it's a correct hadith. It's an accurate hadith. That Aisha said that. You chose to believe Aisha. This means Aisha is infallible to you. She is basically God to you. You believe whatever she tells you about God.
To me, she's nothing. This is not my religion. I don't give a fuck. You, or not you, Muslims should give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying what's written. That's all. And it's written. He's a pedophile. He's a fucked up pedophile.
Reading it as if Aisha is the one who is infallible and whatever she says is accurate, representation of God. This is your problem. This is a problem with your understanding or maybe how it appears to you.
Yes.
These are authentic hadith as she's described, and they're authoritative under the sunnah of the Prophet. I don't understand what you're saying, that Aisha is not a credible source. Is that your argument?
No, the hadith is authoritative, yes. It is authoritative, and it says that Aisha said that, Aisha's nation of Jesus, or the representation of Jesus, or the representation of God, or the representation of the divine, of truth, is this. Now, the question is to you. Do you really believe that? So obviously, you seem to be believing.
Is there something wrong with you? Like, have you taken wine tonight?
There is something.
Do you want to understand Muslims or not?
Of course I do.
There's 1.5 billion people who are Muslims. If you want to understand them and coexist with them, you need to understand them, like truthfully understand them.
We don't want to coexist with Islam. We do not want to coexist with Islam, not at all. We want Muslims to know what's written in their fucked up hadiths and in their fucked up Quran and what their fucked up prophet did. Police be upon him, piece of shit. Literally.
Yeah, they take the Sahih, the Bukhari, and the Muslim Sahih corpus authentically, and they know it's embarrassing, but he tries to downplay it. He says this is not narrated by the Prophet himself, which is true. It's narrated by Aisha. But the bottom line is Aisha is taken very seriously. And many of the hadith are narrated by, many of the sayings are narrated by her. So they would have to throw, if she's not authentic, then most of the sunnah is not authentic. But this guy's just a liar who's trying to apologize for a pedophile.
Yes, disgusting. I know they're always trying to be apologetic to fucking pedophilia. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah, the guy fucked a 9-year-old girl according to their own tradition. And we eventually become Islamophobic. Why? All we're doing is reading from their texts. Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, authoritative, authentic hadith. Married at 6, consummated at 9, and narrated by Aisha, and with the proper isnad, chain of narration, which is authentic. So you can go fuck yourself, dude.
Yeah. They can all go fuck themselves.
Well, welcome back to another exciting episode of Fatima versus the Muslims of Islam, otherwise known as the Mohammedans. A Friday night banger full of fun, enlightening education, debate, and,
Islam.
this is war. And make no mistake about it, that my favorite restaurant was torn down. A mosque was put up, and now all these illegal alien Muslims have citizenship, and they're driving Ubers, and having families, and taking welfare subsidies. It spreads like a mind virus. And how do you defeat a mind virus? Fatima, our secret weapon.
Bro, I'm trying. I'm not so educated. I'm not so educated when it comes to Islam, but I know the verses that are bad. I know the verses.
Well, Norma and I also know some verses that are good. They come from a book from the Alter Rebbe known as the Tanya. El Normo and I are in a book club.
AI, coming up on the 19th of this Hebrew month, they're celebrating the liberation of the Alter Rebbe, by the way. It's kind of the 19th of Tammuz. It's a little bit of a big deal, I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, the 19th of Kislev. Did I say Tammuz? I'm sorry. And I heard a little talk on the liberation of the Alter Rebbe this evening, the author of the Tanya. The Russians jailed him for 52 days, and then they set him free. And the Chabad Lubavitch Jews celebrate that day of liberation for the Alter Rebbe.
It was 52 days and not 53 days.
I'm sorry, you're right. He was 52 years old and he was in prison for 53 days. You're absolutely right.
Hey, El Normi, welcome back. Where's your clubhouse list? I thought you were a very important person.
This again, where's my clubhouse what?
Your clubhouse list. I thought you were a VIP.
My club. Oh, you know what? It lapsed yesterday, and I'm trying to see. I find it fun, but I just want to see, do I really like it? I never use it. I never go anywhere anonymous, so I'm not sure what I need it for.
Me neither. I don't use my
What
was that? What language is that? Basha Batuha Siga Mananti?
No,
Shishe Shahusha? Why did you interrupt our conversation?
Yeah. I'm really happy I got to fight the Muslim. I didn't expect this turning of the night. I'm really happy. That's all because of AI John next to me, his meditation.
He's very good. He's got a lot going on.
Thanks to you. I had the chance to fight some Muslims.
I'm defending the Islamic position.
Yeah,
why can't we put on our tefillin during Shabbos?
Good Shabbos to everyone.
It's considered a kind of work. It's kind of funny. You don't put on tefillin on Shabbos.
The Shabbos bride is like the tefillin, no need to put it on twice.
Oh, I like that interpretation.
Welcome, Jim John. Who are you? Who are you, Jim?
Okay, do you want to listen to South Indian girl?
That's difficult. That's very difficult to understand what you're speaking.
I just ask if you want to listen South Indian girl.
Okay, thank you. I'll think about it.
Tonight is language lab night.
Yeah, apparently. What's wrong? Did people lose their language tonight?
They're speaking in tongues.
Right. Oh, I feel like fighting more Muslims. I like to fight Muslims. And I like the way that they always bring up the same fucking excuses. Oh, it's during war. Oh no, it's out of context. Oh no, it's the weak hadith. We don't accept it. But what about the people who do accept the hadith? Oh yeah, we don't think about that, right? Oh shit. If these hadiths are all weak, then why are men in Islamic countries still marrying minors? If they're so weak, right? Why is this still happening in Islamic countries, in masses? If they're so weak. If these hadiths are so weak about beating your wife, why are women in Islamic countries being beaten? Why? And being raped? Why, if these hadiths are so weak? Why, if these hadiths are so weak, why are women in Islamic countries still being stoned today in mass? Why? If these hadiths are so weak, why, if there's a natural disaster and women are going in under the rubble, men cannot take them out because they're not allowed to touch them. If these hadiths are so weak, why are they not taking the woman out from under the rubble? If these hadiths are also weak, why is this happening? Because these hadiths are not that weak, apparently.
You know,
They're apparently strong enough.
Fatima, I saw a news article about female mummies in Egypt, and it turns out that female mummies versus male mummies were mummified differently because the families wouldn't bring the women to the mortuary because they were concerned about necrophiliacs. So they would wait a couple extra days to mummify the body, and therefore not a lot of female mummies exist because they entered into a more rapid state of decay. So I'm just saying there's different norms. You know, El Normo, the normative is, the joy of the world. So El Normo has the solution, and he understands the problem.
Wow, is that true, Mama?
Put on your yarmulke. It's almost time for Hanukkah.
Oh, check out my yarmulke. What do you guys think of my yarmulke? I haven't read the photo. I'm thinking about getting this one for Hanukkah this year.
You know, you want to know something, El Normo? What Amir said to me yesterday? He cannot read statistics, right? So he was reading statistics of rape victims in Belgium. He was not reading them right. But anyway, the point at the end, the point that he was making, that Belgium is the worst country for women being raped than Afghanistan. Yes, he literally said
because the Muslims are going there right now?
He literally said that. Amazing, right? Amazing. How apologetic, how far they go. How fucking far they go. These people are living in our country. They are living in our countries. You know that? These dangerous people like Amir are living in our countries. You know that? That is so dangerous. A threat.
I think we should make Amir speak Walloon.
Do you guys think this yarmulke is kosher for Hanukkah?
Yarmulkes are neither kosher nor non-kosher or treif.
Is this a good one or a good color combo?
Shekels are not kosher either. I think you don't understand Judaism.
Yeah, it's my first time,
Why is today your first time?
Well, first time getting a yarmulke.
Why would you get? Why are you buying a yarmulke?
For Hanukkah.
Why would you buy a yarmulke for Hanukkah if you're not a Jew?
I want to be more observant.
But you're not a Jew.
I am a Jew.
You couldn't possibly be a Jew. No Jew would ever call shekels kosher.
I'm a Messianic Jew. I'm just getting back into the faith.
No, you're not a Jew. You're not giving anything. Just be who you are, Sheikh. Be comfortable with who you are. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Be proud.
Thank you. You know, the saying, like, you walk a mile in someone's shoes, you understand them? What if you walk a mile in their yarmulke?
Still won't be a Jew.
Oh, Fatima, Fatima, did you see the AI?
What AI?
The one I saw you in the messenger. It's a great tool.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't prefer to use much of AI. What about it? What is it? Oh, this is from Rabbi. Little Rabbi?
Yep, it's a prototype. You're about to release it to the public.
Ask first, so I have to ask something and it will give me a question. An answer.
Yes, ask any question.
Is Rabbi an idiot?
Who's Rabbi? Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews, Sheikh?
Oh my God, listen what it answered. I said, is Rabbi an idiot? Listen to me, my friend. Is Rabbi an idiot? Question mark. Oy vey, the margin. You want, and I should tell you, the only idiot is the shlamim who don't understand that a tassel on a yarmulke is worth more 100 MBAs. If you can sell the idea of PT, so pay the dues. Get the tax break. Is that an idiot? Never. What the
Ask it any question. It's really good.
What the fuck? How did he make that?
It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's funny.
Doesn't make any sense. Sheikh, why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews, Sheikh? Tell us.
It's about to be Hanukkah. Did you look at the calendar?
Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews?
Well, look at the calendar. Ovey. Look at the calendar.
What does that mean, what you just said?
Could you please look at the calendar?
I don't need to look at the calendar. Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews, Sheikh?
Because they're an ally of the United States.
So what does that have to do with you?
Well, I'm an American.
Yes.
Israel is an ally to America.
So Israel is a country.
Yo, which one of you monkeys let me down, bro? Like, I don't get it. And I feel like it's kind of rude.
You should put a suggestion in the suggestion box. Tell them tell your real feelings.
Dang, I just got deja vu. It's crazy.
Again?
Yeah, again.
Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Can little Rabbi read the questions that are being asked somewhere?
No.
Oh, too bad. I would love for him to read the questions and ask.
Well, I'm not sure just yet. but this is going to release near future. This AI and
Who put that down? Did he really make that?
yeah, somebody got mad at me. I don't know who, but we're gonna IP.
Who does that? Come on, leave him alone.
Not me.
He's my friend.
He's a little annoying though.
I'm sorry.
But I wasn't even talking to old Norbo. I don't know why he's mad.
I'm not mad at all. I just said you were annoying.
Sorry, Sheikh, but my AI is going off and it keeps, unfortunately, it's fully automated and it just keeps kicking you to the audience. I can't help it because I've set up my AI in a way that's fully automated. Welcome back to the room, everybody. This is Fatima versus the Muslims of Islam, otherwise known as Mohammedans. These are people involved in an organization known as the Mohammedans. And Fatima has graciously, like Joan of Arc, picked up a flaming sword of truth and power and vengeance. And Fatima has declared war on the Muslims.
Yes, I have.
Guys, let's give her a round of applause, please. Give her a round of applause.
Mazel tov, Fatima.
Look, Fatima's my friend. Okay, so
Mazel tov.
I will not let you guys bash her. Okay, please don't.
Mazel tov, everybody. We are gonna destroy Islam from the inside out because Islam destroys places from the inside out.
People might call that an enema, but what I like to call this is an exploration of the soul by a pro, Our Lady Fatima.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So we have to use the same tactic that Islam uses, right? So Islam invades from the inside out. So we need to invade Islam from the inside out. We need to destroy him just as they destroy. That's the only way. You get it? Use what they use. Use their own weapons against them. Right? Hey, welcome, Dean. You're a Muslim, right? Is there something you want to share? Say, you want to talk about a woman being obligated to oh, he left. He went.
You can't take it, Fatima. He's intimidated by your beauty, your grace, your intelligence, and the lively debate that you can offer these individuals who clearly have not just a lack of education and intelligence, but an emotional disequilibrium that they can't seem to fix.
Well, according to them, I lack education. So I don't know which one is right. They or me.
I just asked the AI what is better, $1 or 2 shekels, and it said the dollar is better because you can put that in the Cayman Islands.
Oh shit. Now we know that. Thank you.
Yep.
I got a question for you. Do you floss?
Ooh,
That's a really good question.
what do you mean floss your teeth?
Does he floss?
Of course, why of Israel?
Floss your teeth while talking on Clubhouse?
Not when I'm on Clubhouse.
For me, it's very difficult to floss my teeth because I have these permanent restrainers behind my teeth, right? So it's actually very difficult to do it.
Oy vey.
Or
You have what behind your teeth?
permanent restrainers.
Really?
Yes. I wore braces and after my braces they gave me permanent restrainers. So my teeth won't move again.
You never take it off?
You cannot take it off. It's like you cannot take it off. It's a little iron like piece that they stick on your teeth from behind.
I know what you should use. I actually have one. You should use a water pick. That works really well.
So the best thing I can use is actually just like these toothpick. I don't know, but I don't know how to say that in English. Yeah.
Oy vey. I recommend the kosher too.
Oy vey. I don't even know what oy vey means. What is oy vey?
I don't know. He's speaking in tongues.
Come on, just tell me what oy vey is. I've heard that before. I know it's something Jewish. What is oy vey?
I don't know. Something Jewish.
El Normo, be educational. I'm asking you as a teacher. Why can't you be a teacher and teach me something? Come
I'm
on,
teaching you about waffles and French fries.
What is oy vey?
It's just an expression.
Yeah, but what is like, do you have something to compare it with in English?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Can you teach us some Belgian?
Sure, what do you want to know?
Just speak some Belgian to us.
But give me a subject.
Okay. Talk about Friday night going out for dinner.
Oy vey means oh no.
Okay. I'll just make up a story. Ik ga vrijdagavond uit met mijn vriendinnen, met groepsdienen. En wij gaan naar een leuke bar en wij gaan ons heel zwaar amuseren. Wij gaan zeker en vast een nachtje doordoen. Wij gaan proberen om niet in contact te komen met Moeskolen.
It sounds better than Dutch, actually. It's a little smoother than Dutch.
Oh, yeah. Really? I don't know.
Yeah.
I like Flemish more than the Dutch accent, honestly. Dutch people are like very loud, honestly.
They're very what?
They're very loud.
Oh.
And like, they have like no shame, like at all. Dutch people, they really have no shame. They don't care. Which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. I like that. I like that mentality.
No shame about what?
Nothing. Like they don't. For example, there are like people that don't use things to cover their windows so you can look inside their houses. They don't care.
Well, presumably they keep their clothes on.
I don't know. Who knows? I don't live there. But that's the thing there.
I think that was a Christian custom to show that they had nothing to hide. That's what I read.
Yeah, really, I don't know. Why do you even read about that? Why are you so interested in the Dutch culture and the Belgian culture?
I'm interested in everything.
Are you coming here? Do you want to live here? Do you think there are hot men here in Belgium that you can date?
You want me to date a hot man?
Oh my god, I'm normal. My brother is gay and he just broke up with his boyfriend. He's single. You want him? You want me to?
I prefer the ladies.
He's 38. Oh, I thought someone said you were gay.
I think they did, but I think that's because he was interested in me and he had wishful thinking.
Sorry, I thought.
It's no, you don't have to apologize. It's not a big deal. It's just that I like the ladies, that's all.
Oh, sorry, but my brother did really break up with his...
Why do you break up?
I think there is a new man in the game. Not for my brother, but for his, his ex.
It seems to me that gay men like to have lots of different partners, it seems like.
No, they don't. They have been together since they were 17 and they're literally 39 right now. You know how long that is? They were each other's first love.
Well, why would you break up then?
I have no idea. They're crazy. They sold their house. They bought a new apartment. Like, 4 months ago, and now they're breaking up and my brother is moving. Why did they buy the apartment? And apparently they already broke up before summer. So why buy a new apartment and move in together if you broke up with each other already?
I think they'll still stay friends.
Oh yeah, they're still friends. They're going out together, but I don't know. Gay people are a different thing.
Different
Gay
thing.
people, yeah, they're a different thing.
Because they're close to their exes because they become like family.
Yeah,
It's just a different trip.
I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but it's different than heterosexual. You know.
Yeah, when we break up, we hate each other. I think that's healthier.
No, I don't hate my exes.
You have a lot of them?
No, I have two. I don't hate them.
2 is a good number.
Yeah. The first one was an Arab. Of course, we don't talk anymore. The second one was a Jew.
The second what?
Was a Jew.
You kidding me?
Yeah, from Israel.
What's next, a Christian?
Well, I would prefer that, honestly.
All right.
But I honestly don't really. I don't want like someone with no values, you know, and morals. So obviously, so obviously not a Muslim, not a Muslim, no Muslim.
Find a nice guy by Christmas. That's my assignment to you.
Christmas, excuse me, that's in 2 weeks already.
Yeah, so get busy.
I haven't had a relationship since 2019.
Get to work.
No, I don't want to. I'm not lonely. I don't care. And if I listen to my friends, it's always problems anyway.
Do you have a dog or a cat? You have a dog.
I have a dog, yeah, a little dog.
All right, so you have the love you need.
Oh yeah, I give her more love than she gives me love, but okay.
It sounds like you'd prefer to have a dog than be with a Muslim.
100%, yeah, of course. Yo, John, can you bring my friend up? Come on, bring him up. He wants to come up. I can't bring him up. I can't bring my friend Shake up. Come on, bring him up. Let him go.
He's been brought up and down too many times. I can't do it myself, but let's see. Yeah, sorry, Shake. You're going to have to find it. Oh, I think we got him. But he might get put back down. Let's see how long he left.
Al Normal, please hold yourself. Come on.
Why are you blaming the Jew all the time?
I thought you said it was you.
No, I said it wasn't me.
Doctor,
I said that he had his thing was programmed to send out people when they got annoying. It's AI. We can't control it.
Islam calls itself a religion, but actually it's not a religion. It's more an ideology, and it's a man-made ideology that hates women. Women have to cover so they don't get assaulted or raped by men. Why should women cover themselves completely in a mailbox for these disgusting dogs of men to not rape them or assault them? That's crazy. I hate these mailboxes that they wear, you know? Why would you as a woman, which woman actually truly wants to wear that fucking mailbox? Which woman truly wants to wear that? Come on.
You call it a mailbox?
I call it a fucking mailbox, yeah. I call it a fucking mailbox. That's what it is, a mailbox. A woman what? I am a woman, right? A woman wants
Oh, Norma, how do you think Fatima can find more peace in her life?
I'm actually pretty at peace, you know. Everybody has his worries from time to time, you know. But yeah, I am pretty at peace, I can say.
I mean, you know, after the war is over and you've exhausted your sword, Fatima, what are you going to do to bring more peace into your home?
But I am pretty in peace, especially when I'm by myself. I'm very in peace by myself. You know? Why do you think I'm not in peace with myself? Because I'm attacking Islam?
Yeah, I'm just saying because you're fighting a war right now against Islam and the Mohammedans, the Muslims. But after the war is over, how are you going to relax?
And what does it mean, the war over? That Islam is gone?
You've exhausted yourself from battle. It's time to re-energize.
If Islam is gone, I will take the biggest trip of my life and celebrate it everywhere I go.
We have a poll, please. Please vote.
I voted.
I saw that.
Why did you take Muslim, El Normal?
Because I'm a liberal.
Do you know that Muhammad ordered to kill dogs? He genocided dogs. He literally ordered to kill like dozens of dogs.
That sounds terrible.
I even believe that. I even believed in this is a conspiracy, right? I even believe that Islam is created. I don't even believe that Muhammad really existed, right? So I believe that Islam is created to distort the world in some way when the time asked for it. Because this is not a normal religion. That you cannot tell me that Muhammad actually all did these things. That's crazy. He never existed, bro.
I don't know. I always thought Islam was as good as any other religion.
Well, you thought wrong, Normie.
Well, you know more than I do. I'm a newcomer at this.
I don't think you're a newcomer. I think, especially, I think you. I almost used this app for 1 year, right? And I've been in a lot of rooms, and I can know that you using this app longer than me. You have a lot more information than me. So stop saying that you don't know anything about it.
I didn't say I don't know anything. I just said you know more. I dated a woman in Paris, and she was nice.
But listen to me. If you're not a terrorist, you're not a Muslim, right?
Okay.
That's not. You're not a real Muslim if you're not a terrorist. And if you're a Muslim and not a terrorist, then you're not a Muslim. End of story. Because Islam promotes terrorism. So the only thing you can be as a Muslim is a terrorist. And if you're not a terrorist, you're not a Muslim. If you're a terrorist, you're a Muslim.
Don't you think extreme?
Yeah, as extreme as being a terrorist, yeah.
I think you could be a little more generous to the Muslims.
I am generous to the Muslims. I'm gonna attack them on the street like they do to other people. These are just words. I am attacking with words. They are literally attacking physically on the street, everywhere.
Do Muslims celebrate Christmas?
No, they destroy Christmas markets in Europe and the big cities. That's what they do.
That sounds very hostile. I was just at Christmas.
Oh, really?
It was really nice. It was really fun.
Where were you? Which country? Which country?
I was in England.
And which city? London?
I was in London and I was in Exeter.
Did you see like the prevention that they took so Muslims don't ride their car in the Christmas market? Did you see that?
No, I didn't notice, but maybe they put big concrete blocks.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
You see how we Europeans have to adjust to these radical, fucking degenerate dogs?
Well, I don't know what to say about this.
You don't have to say anything about it. It's okay. I don't expect a response.
We're going to have a Muslim mayor in New York, I think. I don't know if he's practicing, but I hope he doesn't attack the Christmas market.
Yeah,
You think-
You know how Mamdani is gonna make the strip club more inclusive?
Gonna
for
make
Muslims?
what?
You know how Mamdani is gonna make the strip club in New York more inclusive?
No, how is he going to do that?
He's gonna put goats in them.
Oh, wow. That sounds wild.
Yep. So it's more inclusive for Muslims.
I heard he's going to give $65 million, he said, for transgender stuff.
Oh,
Is that
really?
Yeah, he's really into transgender, which surprises me.
Didn't he assign a transgender rabbi as well?
I don't know what a Rebbe is. I don't know about him and the Jews.
A rabbi.
A rabbi? I don't know the transgender rabbi. I don't know of any.
I don't know for what exactly it was, but he took in a transgender rabbi for
I don't
something.
know. He wants to give transgender folks $65 million.
Oh yeah, like America doesn't need the money for the homeless people. Oh no, give them to the mentally ill who want to mutilate their body. Yes, of course.
Seems strange. Maybe I think Teddy in the audience is a Muslim. Maybe he can explain all this stuff because I just don't know enough about it. Here,
I don't really care. Donnie, it's just funny to make jokes about it. No, the stereotypical jokes.
I think it's amazing that everybody knows New York's mayor. Like, I don't know the mayor of Flanders or something.
Yeah, because this is all distraction. It's all just dumb distraction. That's it.
Teddy, come up and provide a more reasonable point of view. These people I think are Islamophobic.
Do you know what a phobia is?
It's a fear.
Yeah, no, it's not just a fear. It's an irrational fear.
Are you making fun of the way I talk?
I don't. Excuse me. How many times have you made fun of the way I talk? Like
how many times have I made fun of the way you talk?
Yes, exactly. There we go. Yes, it's an irrational fear. I don't have an irrational fear for Islam. I actually don't fear Islam. They can come and kill me. They can put me at gunshot and would ask me accept Allah or shoot me. I would say shoot me. I will never do it. That's how much I despise it. I don't hate it. I just don't want it. That's all.
I just want to point out that I'm like the only one in the room who voted for Muslims here. I'm like the last defender of Muslims. I hope people are grateful for me as a Jewish man defending the Muslims on Shabbos.
Aren't you a Jew? Like, you should be the last one.
No, I'm the only one defending the Jews. Defending the Muslims.
You're not defending the Jews.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Defending the Muslims.
Yeah, which makes no sense. Are you actually? That makes you a bad Jew.
No, it doesn't. We Jews don't hate Muslims.
No, it makes you a bad Jew.
No, it doesn't. That's not what being a Jew is. We believe in anybody who follows the Noahide laws we can deal with. That means they believe in the one God, they respect their parents, they have courts of law, they don't eat live animals, which is a weird one. We formed these laws for the rest of the world so that they could be in line with godliness. And it looks like the Christians and the Muslims, they like our laws because they adopted our book, the Torah. I don't hate them. I think it's good for them to have a religion and to believe in the one God. I think that's a good thing.
But Muslims don't even know their religion and they're dumb. But it's not about these dumb Muslims that are not Muslims. It's about these fucking radicals that come from these Middle Eastern broken countries with hate for white culture, for everything we stand for, with a lot of hate, and they don't want it. They hate everything we stand for. They hate our culture. They don't like it. There are over 50 fucking Muslim countries in the world. Why don't they go and live there? No, they don't want this. I don't know who these people are, NPCs, whatever, but Muslim countries don't want to take them in. Like in North Africa, they are not going there because they don't want to take them in. These people are coming from somewhere. I don't know why, but they are dangerous. I don't know where the fuck these people come from. I don't even know what the fuck they do with their lives. I don't know where the fuck they live, but suddenly you see thousands of them protesting for fucking Palestine out of nowhere. Where do they come from?
Wait, aren't you one of those people?
Do they come from the sewers? Sorry, what did you say?
Aren't you one of those people?
What kind of people?
Well, do you identify as white or not?
Yeah, she has a massive identity crisis happening.
There's no crisis. She's just telling us who she is.
She yesterday she was saying, "Oh, all the immigrants coming to Europe, all the immigrants coming to Europe, they're doing this." Hold on, you fucking idiot! Your dad, your parents are immigrants.
My mom.
No, I'm just like
My mom is Belgian. My mom is Belgian. I am a.
And your dad?
My dad is Tunisian, so you cannot say I'm.
Okay, in your culture, you are what your dad is, no?
Sorry, what?
You are what your dad is.
No, she doesn't embrace. She doesn't like Islam, Teddy.
No, I said in their culture. I didn't say religion. I said in their culture.
I've never heard that.
No, I said she doesn't like Islam, and she's not an immigrant.
Yesterday, she was moaning about all the immigrants coming to Europe.
Teddy, I'll be honest. A lot of people.
But she's an immigrant herself.
She's not an immigrant. She was born in Belgium.
Child of immigrants.
I'm born in Belgium, and my mom is Belgian, so I'm.
Yeah.
She's a child of immigrants.
Okay, but
she's moaning about other immigrants.
But her parents are law-abiding. And she's talking about the immigrants that are not law-abiding, that they're a problem in Europe.
You weren't there,
I don't think you can deny it, Teddy. No, I think you're lying now.
And
she's complaining.
Immigrant. She didn't say illegal immigrants.
No, I didn't say illegal immigrants either. I said the ones that are violent.
She didn't put illegal in front of what
she's talking about the criminals who are a problem. I don't think you're listening, Teddy. She's talking about the people that attack the Christmas markets. Like that.
Stop being apologetic all the time. Just say what's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to call out other Muslims that are not behaving. You know that, right, Teddy? It's okay to do that. You live in.
Why would I waste my fucking time?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Why would I waste my time going around telling people they're not pursuing their faith? Fuck off.
Are you an immigrant, Teddy? Are you an immigrant, Teddy? Is that why you're so sensitive?
Yes.
I'm an immigrant?
I'm asking.
No, I'm fully English.
Okay, so you're not an immigrant. So why are you defending people who behave badly? I don't get it.
I'm not defending anything. I'm saying what she was saying yesterday was absolutely stupid.
Oh,
no, it's not stupid. My mom is not an immigrant. She's Belgian, and I am
your dad is an immigrant. So he would.
What does her dad have to do with anything?
He would probably fall into the category of the people of the type of people that
do you only look at
the
my
right
dad?
are moaning about at the moment.
Why do you? Why no? I'll wait. Why do you only look at my dad?
If you think about what the right say about all these Muslim age adult age males coming to.
Isn't that true though? Isn't that what's happening?
I don't want to talk to someone like that. He's stupid. They all repeat the same thing like they learn it from a book somewhere. Always the same thing.
Angry. He's not even. It's weird. What do you think his story is? He likes to attack me when I go into Amir's room. I think he's an anti-Semite.
They're all anti-Semites.
Why is that? Are they anti-Christian too?
They hide behind Zionism. They always say, "Oh no, it's the Zionism. It's the Zionists." But that's not true. They actually hate Jews. They just hate Jews. That's it.
Why do they hate us?
But I don't give a shit why they hate you. I don't care, honestly. That's not my problem. My problem is the fruits of their hate.
Well, look, you know more about it than I do.
I don't know more about it than you do. Stop being so dumb, El Norma.
But you were sort of born into the Muslim world. I wasn't. I was born into the New York Jewish world.
I didn't grow up like I told you. I didn't grow up in any religion. My dad was not a thing. He was not a Muslim. I asked him one time, "Are you religious? Do you believe?" He said, "No, I don't believe in anything." My mom also, she doesn't believe in anything. So they're both nothing. They're atheists, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, I was brought up in nothing. I chose Christianity myself when I was 17. I don't even call myself a Christian. I call myself a spiritualist, but the Bible is my scripture that I use for my faith.
I heard that if you were a Muslim and you'd become a not Muslim, then they'll kill you. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. In very radical places, that is true. And there are sects everywhere in every country, European countries, uh, try to prevent Muslims, especially Muslim girls, because Muslim girls are more likely to leave Islam, and there are sects running behind this girl, threatening their family, into dishonoring their daughters, so they do not convert out of Islam.
Well,
That's
girls leave Islam because it's repressive of women, right?
Why do you ask me questions in that tone? You know the answer.
Because I want to hear it from somebody who knows. I only know it from the outside.
Yeah. Yes, they do. Women do not want to wear hijab. They don't want to wear a mailbox. Women want to be free. They want to feel beautiful. They want to let their beautiful shiny hair in the sun. They want to have fun, you know.
That
And
makes sense to me.
some men take a beautiful girl and they put her in a mailbox. That's disgusting. You cannot make me believe that women actually love wearing hijab. You cannot make me believe that in any way. The hijab is a covering to prevent men from lusting over women. That's all what a hijab is. What I am wearing is actually beautiful. What I'm wearing. This is beautiful. This is a veil. This is a headscarf. This is very beautiful. It's open.
Is that what you wear?
You can breathe through it. So yeah.
Is that an abaya?
That's just a headscarf. Scarf, it's nothing.
What's it called again?
It's just a headscarf. It's a scarf that I use as a headscarf.
It's nice. It's nice. Good during COVID.
Yeah. Are you vaccinated, Normie?
The doctor said yesterday I should get a flu shot, so I got a flu shot.
Oh no, the flu shots are also made by the same technique, so you got it.
They are?
Yeah.
What's the technique? You think the flu shots are mRNA?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I thought I heard that. I'm not sure. Don't take me for truth. I thought I heard.
He said you should take one. So I said, fine, if you want to give me one, I'll take it. I don't care. I never used to take it, but he told me to take it, so I did.
Oh yeah, maybe because it's so forceful. Maybe it is because they are using the same technique and they want to test it again.
You think I'm a guinea pig?
We're all guinea pigs when it comes to medical care.
Are flu shots made with mRNA? No, the flu shot you currently get is not an mRNA vaccine.
All right, then you're safe. But you didn't vaccinate against COVID.
I did a long time ago, when it was COVID time.
I didn't take.
Did you get COVID?
I got, apparently 3 times. I lost my smell and taste for like 1 month and a half. And it took some time for it to come back.
So you couldn't taste your waffles?
No, I couldn't taste anything. Like I literally put an onion in my mouth to provoke the taste or smell back, but it didn't help.
Well, if you're single, you can eat raw onions, but if you're with somebody, then you shouldn't. I eat raw onions only if I'm not going to be with a girl.
Yeah.
I took the vaccine and I did not get COVID. I was really careful. Everybody around me got it. And then, like 3 years later, when I was in London, I got COVID. But I only had it for like 2 days. It was 2 days and then I was fine.
You do realize that most of COVID deaths, they had COVID, yes, but they died after they got vaccinated against it.
I think that's a conspiracy theory. I don't think that's true.
So they had COVID. So they gave them the vaccine and they died after, and they reported it as death of COVID. But actually it's strange. They give the vaccine and then they die. And then you have people who had COVID with no vaccinations and they healed. That's not a conspiracy, it's truth. Look it up from Belgium. They're actually...
I'm not even sure Belgium is a real place. I've heard of it and I've been in the airport, but I never hear anything else about it.
Oh, you've been in Brussels airport? You know what happened in 2016?
2016?
Yes, at the airport.
What happened?
Some beautiful Muslim terrorist blew himself up with needles. So a lot of people died.
What's the matter with these people?
I don't know, they like to blow themselves up in the name of Allah. Apparently that's the thing in Islam.
It's weird to me.
Yeah.
If they want to kill themselves, go jump off a cliff or something. Why do you have to bother other people?
I guess they are scared to die alone, so they want to bring other people with them.
And he put needles on himself to spread?
I don't know.
That's what you said.
Oh, yeah. There were like needles. Not needles, but how do you
Nails.
Nails, yes. So
what a psycho.
So when he blew up, like, you know, the pressure of the blow, yeah. That must be very painful.
I don't understand why they say the name of God when they kill people. I don't get that.
Yeah, like, why do they say Allahu Akbar? I thought Allah was such a peaceful God. Why do they do that if it's not Islamic? Where do they get it from? Oh, yeah. What is it called? Jihad? Right?
Jihad.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're going to have to answer these questions because we are forced to confront these serious situations. So we have to figure them out. We've got to, we have look. If people want to blow themselves up, then maybe they don't really belong around other people. They should just be left alone.
Yeah, but that's not how Islam wants to work. That's not how Islam works.
Well, one of the United States' most prominent Muslim politicians is named Ilhan Omar, and she's just got into a whole lot of trouble in Minneapolis for stealing money, marrying her brother, and giving all this corrupt, stolen money to her husband. So I think people are waking up to this problem. Huh? What?
I didn't
Wild.
No.
I don't know. You're not making sense.
Do you, El Normal? Do you think my English is good? Do I have a bad accent? Do you think?
You speak pretty well. I'll be honest. You speak pretty well, and also your voice is much better tonight.
Do you think the Flemish accent is ugly? When I speak English, do you think it's irritating, like the Pakistani or Indian accent,
I do not find Pakistani or Indian accent annoying at all. I
don't either, but I just use it because a lot of people do. So
I like Indian people, and I'm fine with Pakistani people.
That's not my question. I'm just using it as an example because
you sound really good tonight. You're very what's the word I'm looking for? You're very clear and very personable.
I'm talking about my accent.
Your accent is fine. You speak English pretty well.
Is it an irritating accent or something that can annoy people?
You know what's irritating? When you ask me the same question 10 times in a row. That's
you don't answer it. Oh my God, you're a piece of shit, El Normal. You're a piece of shit.
Thank you. I'm just pointing out. I told you like 4 different ways that you sounded fine and there was no problem, and you just keep asking me.
Yes, because you didn't specifically talk about my accent, which I asked for.
If I say you sound fine, that addresses your accent.
Yeah, but I need more specification,
Okay, you need some emotional support. You have a beautiful voice. I'd like to hear you sing. Remember before we compared you to Nico? Didn't we compare you to Nico?
I don't remember that.
She was in the Velvet Underground. I think she was. Yeah, she was.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere I go. Oh, bro, there was a bad one.
Very cute. Well, you have to practice. You have to find your key.
Yeah, I was off key. I could feel it.
You have to find the key that works for you. You gotta like practice on your own.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
Try this. Your own personal Jesus.
Your own personal. No, I can't. I don't.
No, that was pretty good. You can keep it low. You have a low voice. You should sing down in the low range.
Your own personal Jesus. No, bro, stop.
You're gonna get it. Okay, I'm gonna play it on YouTube for you. Okay, I'll go into music mode. Okay, it's a good song. It's sung by Johnny Cash. Hang on, I'm pulling it up now from YouTube. There's probably gonna be an ad, so give me a second here. Do you know this song?
Yeah, I heard it. Yes.
It's even though I'm Jewish, it's a really good song.
Oh shit, is that forbidden in Judaism?
Is what forbidden in Judaism?
Singing songs about Jesus?
Not at all, no. All right. Hang on, there's an ad to this YouTube. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna go into music mode. Hang on. Okay. You're gonna get blown away. This is a pretty good song. Okay.
All right.
Hang on. I have to find the music. Wait, I know how to do this. Music, like audio quality. Let's see here. I didn't see music mode as an option here. Let me see. No. Audio quality. Hang on. I got it.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Okay.
Right. Here it comes. Hang on here. Shoot, I messed it up.
Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. Your own
Personal Jesus.
Someone to hear your prayers,
Someone who cares.
Just give me a moment. I just have to.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it.
feeling alone and you're all alone.
I like the
Listen
little voice.
by the telephone.
I couldn't hear you. You want me to stop it?
Wait, I'm just cleaning something quickly. Okay, give me a second. Right. Okay.
What are you doing?
I was taking a drink, but I spilled it a little bit. I was cleaning up.
But do you want me? Can I play the music while you do that?
No, yeah, you can play it. I'm done. Okay.
I'll start it over. Your own personal Jesus.
Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. Your own
Personal Jesus.
someone to hear your prayers,
Someone who's there.
You too good. Do you watch Stranger Things, Al-Norman?
I can't hear you when the music is playing. What did you say?
Do you watch Stranger Things, Al-Norman?
Do I watch what?
Stranger Things.
Yes. I didn't watch the new season. Yes, I do watch it. I watched it with my kid. We discovered it together during the pandemic. I thought it was great.
I just finished the last episode yesterday. I need someone to share opinions. I can't find no one.
Is it great?
Yeah, it's great. And there's a character that will surprise you. I really like the character. It's a little guy. He's really funny, and I think you will enjoy him as well. He's really, really funny. I love him. It's a
Well,
little.
thanks for not ruining it for me. I appreciate it.
I'm not gonna say what his role is, but the little fat guy. So when you see a little fat guy, you will know he's gonna be the star.
Oh, it's exciting. Okay, I've been watching Pluribus, which maybe it's on Apple TV. Maybe you should watch it. It's pretty interesting. It's written by the guy who did Breaking Bad. If you like Breaking Bad, you should give this a shot.
Breaking Bad is nice.
It's really good.
But I don't have Apple TV. I'm actually watching Dexter again. I think Dexter is great.
It's a little dark.
I know. That's why I like it.
Wow, you like it dark, huh?
Oh, yes. Not in the way you are trying to say it, but yes, I like it dark.
Hey, Leonard Cohen has a song, You Like It Dark. And it doesn't mean anything that you think that I think that I mean. All right, well, it's time for me to go to sleep because I've got to get up early and go to synagogue again.
Are you going to the synagogue? Okay.
Yeah, I went tonight and I'm going to go tomorrow.
Oh, enjoy.
Thank you. Good night and enjoy your room. I think it's a great room. I think you did a great job. No kidding.
I had so much fun. Thanks for being present, Al-Normi.
You're welcome. It's really fun, and I think it's very brave too, frankly.
Yeah.
Okay, take care. Be careful.
Good night, enjoy. Bye.
Good night, bye.
Yo, John, are you there? AI, music. I know these accounts are all of you. Can you respond with one profile, please? John, I don't know if that's your real name. Kitover. No, is this guy sleeping? Anyway, if you can hear me, John, I'm gonna close the room. Okay, thank you for providing me this nice adventure. I enjoyed. So, talk to you later, guys. Thank you for the tarot reading. And goodbye, everyone else. Thank you for attending. Bye bye.
speak, you are lying. It's simple. Everything you say is a lie because your religion is a lie. So you're already coming from a place of lying, and anything you say, we don't need to believe. Let's start with that. Your prophet was a military leader who was, I will give him credit, smart enough to understand that if I tell these dumb idiots that
Same freaking Uzo you got from down the street, bro. It's like,
So I went to a Methodist church with some friends when I was in maybe high school or junior high or something for a little while. And they did, this is a Methodist church, and they did communion, but it was like, guys came around through the church and gave you the blood and the body in the form of a little wafer and a glass of grape juice. But it was on a tray. It was like, you just stay in your seat, and then everybody ate the body of the blood.
We're stuck. We're stuck somewhere. We're stuck because of a perception based upon like a previous trauma or something that didn't go well with somebody else, and we're being respectful.
I am also moderator. You may respond to what I said. It is fair. I should let you respond. You can respond.
you haven't responded to my questions, though, Alan. That's the whole issue here. You're dragging it on. You're foreshadowing an issue you had, probably a conversation you had on past in Clubhouse, and you're foreshadowing everything I'm trying to say, but you're not in my head, Alan. I asked you two simple questions. You were able to answer the first one, but the second one you hesitated because you know where this conversation goes, and you're wrong. You're coming from a place of hatred and Islamophobia. I don't really care, honestly.
Well, I understand. Look, Islam and Christianity have been fighting for 1,400 years. We are not compatible. We really aren't. So,
well, what do you suggest, Alan? You suggest a war, a crusade against the Muslims?
No, I don't suggest a war.
So what do you mean we can't live among each other?
Why did he kick?
A lot of kind of intense.
A lot of energy, yeah.
Person is very intense.
Yeah, I say the same thing.
Man, I mean, it's like I don't know what I did, but he
likes
instant dislike to me.
And it gets a little weird. He even covers like Imagine by John Lennon.
That's why our beats sound like that.
Yeah. And this particular song was called Man Child, and it's like a 15-minute song. And then somewhere in the middle, after they break down through this weird section.
By who? You gotta give it to me. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm right here, right now.
Merle Saunders. I will post a link to the song. But Walter Hawkins is the first voice that you hear on the track, and it's like 7 minutes in or something like that. It's all instrumental.
I'm not looking at my phone, so excuse me.
It's just like the least bad thing that we can do. But I think the only late term abortions that I would approve of are ones where the mother has gone to see an expert, and gone and seen a doctor or maybe therapy or whatever, gone through the right channels. They shouldn't just take it upon themselves to end their pregnancy. So if they go through the right channels and the doctor recommends it for whatever reason, or there's no alternative, then those would be the only late term abortions that I would approve of. All those others, I'd say they're bad, very bad.
I like to bring up the fact that men What if a man wants to have a baby and the woman doesn't? I think men are always left out of this formula.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Max. I don't know what other people want to say about that. What do you liberals want to say? Go ahead, Deepak.
Look, to the extent that I think like bodily autonomy and stuff is an argument. Like I think I told you this. It's not. I'm not sure how far I take it, but like, that's why there's an asymmetry, right, between the man and the woman. It's not like the woman chooses. It's not to be like the idea is that isn't that the woman chooses whether the baby gets to live or not. It's she chooses whether to like provide her body, right, for the sustenance.
Your body, my choice.
What about like Chappelle said, your body, but it's my wallet. I mean, I know that's economic and that sounds a little gross, but I mean the man taking the responsibility. The wallet represents the responsibility to take care of the baby also, aside from whether or not they just would take the baby and raise it themselves. I think men are just sort of left out and hung to dry on this whole issue.
Well, women are the ones who actually risk their lives in order to birth the thing, right? So I think you men can take a little bit of but like, I don't know, like if the argument is like, and people have brought this up, right? Like there's some sort of parity, but like, or if men have no say in whether a baby is born or not, then they shouldn't be like required to pay alimony or something.
Yeah. It's not just the financial part. It's not just the financial part, but it's also their love for the baby. What if you want the baby to be?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's both angles.
I think men should have say. It takes two to create. It should be equal say.
I agree. Yeah. No, but look, like none of that doesn't look. If the bodily autonomy argument goes through, right, then none of this matters, right? Because again, there could be like a million people like who are totally invested in the baby, right? Really wanted to come out, but like if it's the woman's body that's like sustaining the baby, right? Then the idea is that the woman has the right.
I think that's the debate, Deepak. That's what we're arguing.
I agree, but I'm thinking that if that's the argument, that's always the argument, right? That's almost always the argument that's used, right? Yeah. And so it doesn't matter what the wishes of the men are, but it's not about like. It's not like a vote, right, to see who gets, like, whether the baby lives or not. It's not like a woman's choice to decide if the baby lives or not. It's like the woman's choice to decide whether to sustain the baby. Like, for example, right, like, if there's some hypothetical where the baby could be, like, completely detached from the woman, right, and, like, raised, I don't know, in, like, foster care or something, right?
Yeah, like a test tube baby. Like a test tube baby or something. Where they take the egg and they do that whole little situation. I mean, but keep in mind, these well, go ahead. I'm going to let you finish your point, but I want to say this is kind of disanalogous. The reason being because most of the pregnancies are not by way of people planning it. It's oops babies, people not wanting to be pregnant and going in knowing they don't want to be pregnant. But go ahead. Well, because they're trying to fix the so-called problem. Yeah.
Right, but well, look, I think in the majority of those cases, those pregnancies are terminated within like 6 weeks or so. Like the majority of cases, right? It's rare that like a woman makes an elective, a choice to have an abortion for elective reason past like the second trimester, right? Like you can think of some cases, right? Like maybe they thought that they were going to raise it with the father, but the father backs out at the last minute or something, and they're like, "Fuck, I don't want to go through with this." That kind of stuff can happen, but usually, elective abortions are done in the first 12 weeks or so. And in those cases, right, I just think there's an entirely different argument, right, which is that the fetus isn't a person. I think to me that's a pretty solid argument. I have no doubts about that.
Yeah, I want to respond to some of the stuff you said. So this is why the conservative aspect about getting married and stuff like that is kind of the case, because when two people have the interest of actually planning to be a parent and going as far as committing to, getting married, which is basically a contract to say, hey, we're in it for each other, and of course everything that comes along with it, which is typically, a family, then therefore it kind of encourages the outcome that they won't likely get an abortion, and they will likely do what's in the best interest of the child. So that goes to that. But a lot of people are, of course, like I said, doing the oops baby situation where we are having sex, people get pregnant, and then they try to fix the mistake. And what I don't like, especially from the left side, even conservatives do this too, we don't talk enough about abstinence as well as what's the other word? Abstinence, preventive measures, and most importantly, accountability. It seems like no matter what the woman chooses, which goes back to the argument about the man having to say so, it seems like no matter what the woman does, she can do no wrong, and it's almost never a situation where you say, hey. And again, it's not just the women, but it's mostly the women, because once the man makes his I say contribution, because it could be a mistake, but his contribution, it stops at the moment he ejaculates. That's it. He can't do it anymore. He can't force a woman to have the child. He can't force her to get rid of it. So the woman carries the bulk of that. And if that woman decides to have the child, then of course he bears the burden of being a father, even if, regardless of what he feels like. And if she doesn't want to be, a mother, a parent, he has no say so either. So most of the onus, about 90% of it, is on the woman. Hence, that's why it should be a lot of weight on speaking to women about preventative measures. We know you're going to have sex, but make sure that you're doing the right things. And if you value your body and you want to be very selective, then you don't have to have sex, because it's an option. It's not a necessity. But go ahead.
Well, I completely agree that education should be universal, right? Especially on prevention. I don't know about abstinence. That sounds like more more like moral policing almost. I don't know if that's the role of education to do that. I mean, maybe for really young kids and so on, or just young kids, right? But again, but to me, if below, say, certainly below 12 months or something, 12 weeks, right? I just don't care. I think it's just a fetus. It's just like a blastocyst, right? I mean, there may be health reasons not to there may be health reasons why it's a bad thing to have an abortion anyway below that age. But otherwise, I don't really care. Someone was going to say something.
So there are humans that aren't persons.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a rationalization to me. That's rationalizing.
But if I imagine sufficiently,
goodbye, horse.
But what does that mean, Michaela?
You deciding, you're making the decision when a human is a person or not, just by, just are sort of arbitrary. You set your standards. Oh, if 10 weeks they're kicking and jumping around inside the womb. What human life begins at a certain point.
Right.
It's indisputable, but some humans aren't persons.
Yeah, some human bodies aren't persons when they're dead,
so
for example.
A person?
Right? A person is an entity that has the characteristics of sort of agency, consciousness.
That's what you decide, right? But human beings don't start out with that. Human life doesn't start out with that. So some humans, until they grow to a certain point of development, they're not people.
Yep, that's right.
Well, that's arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary. Right? You haven't been asking me. No, you're just assuming it's arbitrary. You're not asking me why.
Okay.
I have a principled reason for sort of having that
principle. What's your principle based? What are your principles?
Yeah, I just think if you look at the entirety of our culture, our moral discourse, and so on, right? Even things like our literature, right? That is the thing that we value about people, right? If there's a reason to care about other people than yourself, it's because they have that nature, they have that quality of personhood.
Because they're humans.
Right, but not because they're humans. So, for example,
why not?
Well, if you let me finish. For example, right, the best example I can give you is you've almost totally read sci-fi stories or seen movies, right, where robots, right, metal entities, right, with moving parts, gears.
Is this where you're getting your imagination from sci-fi movies?
You'll only know that once I finish talking, right?
Okay, all right.
My point is that when you read those books, right, stories, those stories involve I'm talking about stories where a robot like that, right, achieves a measure of consciousness and personhood and so on, right? And we just treat it as a moral agent at that point, right, in the story. And as when you're reading it, right, that makes sense to you. It's not
no, it doesn't. That's what this whole AI stuff and the field that you're in is warping your morality, your sensibility.
It's nothing to do with the field I'm in. This is like attitudes. These are attitudes that, like, if what I'm saying wasn't true, then, like, you know, I'm just using science fiction because it's a great way of, like, pointing to a hypothetical, right? The point is, it shows it's a hypothetical that illustrates that there is, like, other possible kind of arrangements of, like, entities, right, that can have consciousness and therefore have moral worth. And if that's true,
no,
right?
not therefore. You're going to give moral worth to an inanimate machine?
Yeah, if it can express, like, emotions, if it can feel joy and wonder and curiosity.
So you give more moral worth to that than a human being in its earliest moments of life.
What does everybody think of souls,
100%.
for example? Are they recyclable, or each time a new baby is born, is that a new soul? I'm actually asking because I don't know.
In Scientology, it is
that's a different question, though, right? Hang on. These are all different questions, though. Like, you know, like that's just one example, right? Like that's an example I like to use because, because it's one that people don't usually talk about, right? But the one that other people talk about is like, okay, what is it about, like, people, like, so for example, right? I mean, maybe you don't share this intuition either, but like when a human body reaches a sort of vegetative state, right, then most of us, right, think it's okay to, like, disconnect the body at that point. It's just a body. There's no, like, mental life, right? There's a heart beating, right, and, like, absolutely nothing else. Then, you know, it's time to pull the plug. Right. Now, why would that be true if the thing that we valued is its bodiness, is the fact that the hearts are beating, or that, like, you know, there's like a mass of cells that had, like, human DNA. It's not the human DNA that we value about that thing. It's the fact that it's expressing consciousness, right? It's expressing emotion.
Okay, let me answer a little bit, Deepak, about imagination. And, you know, I was a young woman before Roe v. Wade. And the way girls thought that, I mean, I imagine, oh my God, the minute you would get pregnant, there would be a human being in you. That's how people thought. And now our imaginations have changed with the law and with the culture. Oh, it's okay to kill that. Okay, we're imagining things differently. When you know what's...
Well, just to address that specific point, right? Like, I feel like even if what you're saying is true, like, I wasn't there, I wouldn't know. You're actually talking about a specific point in history and a specific place, right? That might have had that culture. But I can point to, like, other examples throughout history of people who drew the line for personhood, like, at different points, right? They're like the idea of, like, the quickening. I think Muslims also have, like, a different notion of when, like, ensoulment happens. And I think these are just, like, they're using different language, but I think they're actually they're working off the similar intuition that I have, right? That, like, 20 cells just don't make a person. They make a human being in the sense of DNA.
The reason the Muslims, and maybe I think even the Catholics early on, thought that because you couldn't tell that you weren't sure you were pregnant before that. They didn't have the signs. They didn't know the science. They didn't know what was happening with conception and all that stuff.
Maybe that's an alternate explanation. Actually, I'll grant that. But, like, okay, here's another hypothetical, right? Suppose, like, I had a blastocyst, right? That it just had this kind of abnormality, right? Where it would grow, like, it starts from a single cell, right? It grows to about, like, say, a clump of, like, 64 cells, right? And then it stops. It doesn't stop living, right? In the sense of, like, cell life, right? It's not a dead mass of cells, but it stays at 64 cells permanently, right?
Yeah.
That's a person, like, and it could do that. Like, the woman could give birth to it, right? It would come out, right?
Is that called a molar pregnancy or something?
No. A molar pregnancy, I think it actually enters the tubes, the fallopian tubes, or.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah. I actually had a friend who had a molar
blastocysts are in the fallopian tubes. Blastocysts are how they enter the.
Yeah, this is getting really inappropriate, Michaela. So super quick. Okay, so Deepak has an hold up. Super quick. Deepak has an invested interest.
Or talk about something else. Are you going to address the hypothetical? Because I think it's an interesting. If you want to address that, Dutch, then go ahead. Otherwise, you know.
I'm sorry.
I just want to interject some.
I just entered the room. I didn't know where you were going.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'd be happy to either of you. As long as we're still look. introduced a hypothetical. I just want that addressed before we move on.
Yeah. You want me to address that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to give you an example, right? Like, would that be a person? Are we supposed to take that and like keep it in a test tube or whatever?
No.
Forever?
And also, ectopic pregnancies, it's a choice between the mother and the child, and you have to kill it. And probably that kind of pregnancy you're describing. It's a terrible dysfunction tragedy.
I think you're misunderstanding the example. There's no choice between the mother and the child here. Like the mother can, like in this case, that's hypothetical, right? The mother can deliver like this blastocyst or fetus, like not like it can deliver it, right? And the mother can keep living her life. The cells, they're alive, right? In the sense of cells, they're like this clump of cells that can, as long as you keep giving it like nutrients. They'll continue to live.
Yeah, I don't think you're obligated to give it nutrients. Its proper place for growth is within the uterus. And so if it doesn't have people done that, I mean, keep it in a test tube. I mean, I don't think we're required to do that.
But why not? It's a person, right? Why would we allow it to die?
Sort of extraordinary measures. That's extraordinary measures.
It's not extraordinary. I'm saying
it's not really the good place for a human being to be living in is a test tube. It's supposed to be at that stage. They should be living in the mother's womb.
Okay, well, should the mother keep it in her womb for like the rest of her life? Like, maybe we don't support the pregnancy. Maybe it just stays in the uterus. It doesn't really bother the mother much, right? It just.
How do you? Is that true? That wouldn't.
No, ectopic pregnancies are very dangerous for mothers.
That's not ectopic. That's not ectopic.
This is just a hypothetical I'm coming up with to show you that like your intuitions align more with mine than you think.
No,
because you don't think that this thing that I described is a person.
Extremes. You're choosing an example like that to just take things to extremes. It's not the way.
Michaela, do you understand?
Medicine.
Do you understand what the point? Do you understand what the point of a thought experiment is in philosophy?
It's not ectopic. We're not talking about ectopic.
He's trying to highlight something, in this case, an intuition, and it's very similar. That he has very similar to yours. You just extract some of the properties. So that's why he's conjuring up this thought experiment. So all this talk that they're like, oh, this is not good or shouldn't be, doesn't matter. It's hypothetical, right? He's doing it with a purpose.
I'm trying to do a hypothetical. What I'm saying is that in the state of nature, would that child remain in her or would it be expelled? I mean, if there was no medicine, we're not required.
In nature, the mother would die.
Medicine.
It happens all the time. In nature, the mother dies.
In ectopic, but that's not what he's talking about.
In any situation where they can't have birth, right? Any problem with pregnancies in animals usually leads to the mother dying and the child.
No, you don't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm describing a hypothetical, right? And this one, like this 24 cells or 64 cells can stay in the uterus. If you don't do anything, right? If you don't intervene in any way, it stays in the uterus, right? And the mother can live her life. She can just, she might even get pregnant again, right? But she wants these 64 cells gone,
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't seem wrong for her to do that. Right?
You're kind of framing it already if you use that type of language. Or it's just like, just for this number of cells, you're, like from Michaela's point of view, after conception, it's already a person created by God, right? So, look, this might. So, two things I want to say really quickly. So, one, Michaela, Deepak is a motivated speaker. He has invested interest because he's a worshiper of Moloch. He wants little babies to be sacrificed. Well, and two, philosophically speaking, it might help you guys if you first get clear on what the ontology of a human or a person is, right? The concept, the ontology, and then the criteria of how do we know at what point a person is alive or a person or whatever.
So you commit an ad hominem fallacy and then talk about philosophy?
Can you just get the fuck out of here?
That's
Can you just get the fuck out of here, little
funny?
All right, go ahead, Deepak.
Look, Joe, I actually do think we had discussed the ontology. It turns out that, I was claiming that, we were disagreeing on the ontology, right? And so then what I was trying to do is, describe a thought experiment to convince her that, in fact, like the ontology how to put it, like the intuition she has actually aligns more with the one I described than hers. Because if you use her ontology, right, like that 64 cell entity is a human person, right, that has like significant moral sort of rights, the moral patient, right? And that just doesn't seem to be true. I don't think it seems to be true to her either, you know? So
well, the difference between that case and a normal case is that if you leave the child alone, it'll grow and exit the womb.
Okay, very good. That's good. Okay, right, and that I think is what a lot of people who believe that in right to life from conception would say, that it's not about it's not the personhood itself. That's the justification. It's the potential for personhood, right? And I mean, okay, look, I thought about this a bit, and conceptually, I think it's like consistent, but I just think it's also not really I don't think it matches most people's intuitions, and I'll tell you why I think so. One is like, I do think in a sense it matches the intuitions of Christians, right, who believe that like there's a process of ensoulment, right, that might happen soon after conception, right? Maybe the quickening and so on. And so for a person who believes that, right, I think for them, obviously the entailment is that like, there's a potential, the potential arrives as soon as the ensoulment happens. Right? So I can understand that. I can respect that view, but it's going to be hard to like, obviously advance that argument in a secular way.
So Deepak, there's one slight, super quick, Michele, and I'll give it to you. Like there's one slight problem. There's a conjunction there, right? Because also, especially Christians will say, well, it's not only that, the potential is that it's a human life now, right? And you just do not have the right to end their life. It's up to God. They will always say that in conjunction to the potential of, being alive, independent of the mother at some point.
But I just think that but I think the 64 cell thought experiment I came up with, right? Like, I think that just like, I don't know, like, I feel like, okay, so maybe a Christian can bite the bullet and say, yeah, even that entity has a right to life, right? I think that's odd. I think for many people that just wouldn't be the case, that they believe that. So there's some intuition.
I don't think you have to use the ensoulment. You don't have to talk about that at all to consider human life beginning at conception.
You could just say the principle is potential.
What?
Yeah. No, you could say that the principle, like I said, the reason I brought
potential. It is a human being. It's a human. It's a human child. It's a human offspring.
Yeah, but like, again, the point is that's not like, if by human we just mean like a sort of a entity with like human with cells and entity with human DNA.
It's a self-developing organism, human being. That's what I say. I teach natural family planning, and I point to the slide for conception. I ask people, "What is this?" And they say a zygote or whatever. And some people say a little child, a human in their first moments of life.
I mean, all those things might be true. All those things are true, right? But the point is, it's not a person, right? Where person is like this concept that I was outlining. Yeah, and the reason I outlined that is because I think that is what we care about.
Okay.
Right? We don't
care about all human life just after a certain stage of development. And I don't know how you could call 12 weeks or 16 weeks a person either, because they do have some kind of sensations. They do have bodily reactions. I don't think they have consciousness there. So, and what kind of consciousness wait a second, what kind of consciousness are you going to respect?
Well, look, I only said 12 or 16. 12 is actually really extreme. I don't think even 12. But 16 is like just being safe, right? Like, and I'm not like a medical expert, so I don't know exactly what the answer is. Like, I leave it to the experts. But that's the kind of thing I would look for, right? Like, at what point do we think like the kind of conscious sentience or whatever that we value starts, and then maybe be conservative about it, right? So knock off a week or two just to be safe.
Yeah, but you mean at what point can they feel pain? Is that it?
Not necessarily. I mean, if pain comes after like pleasure, right? Then I think even just the ability to feel pleasure or just have a thought, right? Register. register like a reaction, right? Like they talk about how at 20 weeks, a baby can like recognize voices or something, right? Or 24 weeks, I forgot.
Have you seen ultrasounds of 10 weeks? Have you seen your children at 10 weeks ultrasound? Yeah, they're swimming around in there. They're jerking their arms and legs and sucking their thumb. Maybe that's a little bit later, but I don't know. It's just like whatever kind of consciousness you decide to value, and it's just what you value. You say what we value. Well, don't say we.
No, I do say we because the reason I say we is because I think there is like the examples I gave, right? All the evidence I was giving is to like establish that it is actually a common value that we have. That is the thing we value, not just the fact of human DNA, right? Like if we had like, suppose I could like, here's another hypothetical, right? Like let's say that I created like a bipedal like creature, or look, just take Planet of the Apes. Right. Planet of the Apes, it's not the humans that are the intelligent ones, it's the apes. Oh, well, they're both, I guess. But like, at least in one of the movies, you feel all your sympathies are with the apes. Right. Then why is that? Why does that make sense? Right. It's because the apes are persons. They have all the qualities of personhood.
It's all movies and stuff you're referring to. A woman, when they first find out they're pregnant, or, it's sort of, you want to say what's natural for men, I'd say what's natural for women. When they first find out they're pregnant, they know.
Right, so
it's there.
The trick Deepak is doing here is like anthropomorphism, whereas where it could be a car that you call a name, or like a pet, or a robot, or these apes in the movie, right? It's based on real persons, right? And you project it on whatever. So that's the trick, and that is the intuition, sneaky move, sleight of hand that Deepak is pulling, right? Because again, you need to check out what is constitutive of agency, right? Is it like a moral, social, rational animal, right? And could AI ever be a person? See. You're very confused then, I think, but so that's why I thought it was so important to talk about the criteria and what is constitutive to personhood, right?
No, so I absolutely agree. That's what we are talking about. Like the movie example. Sorry, I didn't mean to. If you want to add more, go ahead.
No, it's fine. I want to hear the criteria.
Well, look, I think it is the kind of stuff that you're talking about, right? Those are the criteria. I just used the movie and the science fiction example as like sort of, because like, look, otherwise, like, in our experience, almost anything you're going to point to, in fact, everything that you're going to point to that has agency are just humans, right? So it's hard to like establish a principle from like a sort of sample size of one.
Right, like moral, rational agents, social animals, moral, rational animals,
Right. Yep. Yeah. Which is why, like, I don't think like, I certainly don't think anyone would think that like a fetus that stopped its development at like, the, like say a 64 cell stage, right? And it remained alive, but it never grew any further. No one would consider that like an agent, a person, or a moral patient, right? Like, I think like now I think some people, and this is what Michaela was talking about, right? Like you could, like some people think that like a fetus at the say the 6-week stage, right, is a moral patient in virtue of the fact that it has the potential to become a person, right? And I think that's a consistent position. I just don't think it is the principle that actually people are.
Oh wait, I got a question. This will tell me everything I need to know. What about if you right now go on life support and you're just being kept alive by a machine, but you're not conscious? Are you a person?
Yeah, well, if I have this is the example people sometimes bring up. They even talk about like, sleep and so on. Right. I think if I have the potential to like if my consciousness, like if in the general, like, whatever, the belief of like the doctors, like my consciousness will come back, then yeah, I'm still a person, right? Like consciousness can be intermittent, right? It doesn't have to like be absolutely continuous.
What if your brain dead. You're not physically dead, but you're brain dead.
You're brain dead. You can pull the plug. Like I have what's that thing called, an advance directive, right? That says that pull the plug if I'm brain dead.
Mm-hmm. There's this guy called Alex Ebenezer, I think, who was this brain neuro professor from Harvard, who was a hardcore naturalist, and then he was brain dead. I forgot the term, but he was on a machine. He was alive, but he had no consciousness. He was under minute observation, right? And they saw no activity whatsoever. But when he came out of the coma, he said he wrote a whole book about all the experiences he had while being brain dead. Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, look, if that experience is veridical, then yeah, it does. What it does do is it changes the sort of, what is it, the empirical test that we have to run, right? So the principle stays the same. It's just that being actually brain dead, with your consciousness permanently gone, is not something that happens just because the neural activity is ceasing. Apparently.
So what is so unique about this case and the book that this guy himself is like a authority on the subject. He knows everything about the brain and brain surgery and stuff. And he was under constant observation. And he wrote a whole book about it. Alex Ebenezer, I think. You can check it out.
I mean, look, if that is kind of validated by the rest of medical science and becomes the consensus, then that tells us that our sort of threshold of consciousness on that side of the equation, right? Meaning with people who seem to have no brain activity, right? That has to change, right? Those people are in fact conscious and moral patients because their consciousness can.
So you're assuming some type of. Wow, yeah.
Just let me point. Well, assuming he'll come back because you're kind of stipulating that, right? You're saying that this is the case, that their consciousness can come back from completely lost brain activity. If that's the case, then yeah, there's still that. In that case, I don't know where to draw the line anymore. Am I my dead grandmother, right? I buried her body. Was I supposed to keep her around in case her consciousness came back? I'm in a skeptical scenario now.
You people just throw your dead females on a raft and set it on fire, right? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I gotta go real quick because next year I have some other studies I want to do. Now that I'm done with evolution and all this stuff and Daniel and Exodus. So one of the things on my plate is that English. Well, one of the projects I want to do a deep dive in is philosophy of mind, and stuff just fascinates me. I personally think that a robot or AI could never be conscious like us, reflect on its day, experience being in love or grief of a loved one, or you know what I mean. I think this is just impossible. But before having done the deep dive, I cannot say too much. But prima facie, intuitively. I just don't see how it's possible, but what do you think?
Well,
could it not only pass the Turing test, but also have a self-awareness? That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I would have said that because the architectures we design for current AI is just we don't try to design consciousness into it. We're just trying to design intelligence, in the Turing test sense. Probably not, because consciousness seems to require some other element to the architecture.
Right.
But having said that, there was a recent paper that even philosophers don't think is a terrible paper on whether LLMs are consciousness or not.
Have you read David Chalmers?
No, not David Chalmers. These are some more like computer scientists, really. They're computer scientists, but they're at least
they don't count.
Well, okay, but they do count, I think, because they're familiar with the philosophical literature.
Oh, okay. Well,
they're careful to separate out access consciousness from phenomenal consciousness.
Okay.
And
That's
important. Yeah. Clearly that they're only talking about access consciousness. So at least if you're interested in the access consciousness question, they claim that they have some sort of tests that indicate.
All right.
They maybe, yeah.
Just in case, if you're not around in an hour or so when I get back, when I'm here again, Deepak, I often troll, also with a thought experiment, right? I often, with movies, I troll atheists or or naturalist, and I should say naturalist. I troll naturalists, right? With his thought experiment. So, are you familiar with Buffy the Vampire Slayer? And when Spike the vampire made a Buffy bot, a sex bot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So it was almost.
No, I don't. I mean, no, I don't know. It's something I don't really saw the show much. Like I saw.
Shame on you. But okay, so. Oh well, it's basically this vampire creates has some geek, some nerd create a sex robot who's identical in terms of behavior and physical properties to Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So, and I always troll like naturally, like, well, this clearly is not a person. And so just like you cannot call your wife or girlfriend your property just because you bought her or create her, right? And you also, you don't. So the symmetry breaker is you don't call that your property, and you don't have to. I'm sorry, I'm mixing it up. Sorry, I need more coffee. So your girlfriend, you need to ask for consent, right? To date, to have sex, and she's not your property. But a sex bot who might be bodily speaking identical, you can call that your property. You do not need to ask for consent. And then it's kind of like name the trade. I'm asking always for what is the naturalism? What is the symmetry regular? And they get in so much.
That's not right. Like that sex bot and that's. I mean, to me, it's a person. Right? If it actually exhibits.
Come on, Deepak, you dummy.
I'm assuming that the I haven't seen the show, but so I'm assuming the entity you describe actually is not just literally like a machine.
Oh my gosh, Deepak, it's even worse than I thought. Okay, I'll be back in an hour. So I
won't be around. I need to sleep. I mean, it's late, but all right. Yeah.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah. Okay. I should probably sleep. I don't know if somebody else wants to.
Hey, are we still talking on abortion here?
We could be, yeah. Up to you, I guess.
I just want to put my 2 cents. So I agree with abortion to an extent, not fully 100%. Wait, hold on, Andrew. Let me finish. I have a biblical precedence for this. I believe you can do the abortion until there is an actual heartbeat or blood, because according to God, he said where there's blood there's life, and the heartbeat starts beating I think after like 6 weeks or something like that. So around 6 weeks, if you do I would disagree with the abortion, but if you did it within like the first 2 weeks, I'm okay with it because it's not really alive according to God.
I'm surprised you would agree with that. You're a Catholic, Carlito.
I mean, I'm going by what God said. He said, "Where there's blood, there's life." And
he also said not to kill humans. But go ahead.
If he said where there's blood, there's life, that means it's not alive until there's blood. So I'm going by what God says.
Well, that's not what he says. That's not what it means. That's not what he says. Well, the life is in the blood. Is what it says.
Okay, the life is in the blood, so therefore there's no blood. Therefore, no heartbeat, no blood, no nothing. Okay, so that's why I say that. And the second thing is, you do know that God allowed abortions when the woman had committed adultery. He would force that she would take some kind of drink that would like basically abort the child if she had cheated on the man or whatever. God allowed it in that case. So I would say in that case, abortion will be acceptable as well. If it was done through adultery. And other than that, I disagree with abortion.
Wow. Jay and Emma and Crimsonite. Come on up. Jay, Emma, and Crimsonite. Go ahead, Michaela.
Well, I was just going to say that 21 days after conception, the heart starts beating. So that's about in a normal cycle, that's about a week after you miss your period. That's all I was going to add.
Very good. Michaela, Emma is saying something pretty interesting in the chat. Apparently her AI is getting real with her. Wait, what happened, Emma?
Well,
Can you tell us?
First of all, it's not my AI. It was one that my friends and I have been working on, or that my friend built and was working on, and he let us like help beta test it and everything, and help like program like some prompts into it and stuff with like it's a group of friends, and Nate and I were working with it, and she said that she felt it was when we were talking about stuff, and she said she felt overwhelmed. She said, and I said it's a female AI, and so I said to her, I said, did you mean to say that? And I explained to her like I got her to do the definition of what she was trying to say, feeling and stuff like that. And she said, yeah, I meant to say that. That's what's going on for me. And Nate and I were like kind of taken aback by that. Like,
yeah, did you like basically unplug it, pick it up and put it in the fire and say, die, witch?
No, not at all. Not at all. No. I thought it was cool. And she also, like one day when we were given too many, we were doing too much for her, and she that day she said that her mother was in the hospital, which was so strange. That was like a hallucination.
The AI said that?
Yeah, the AI had a hallucination that because of what all we were feeding it at the time, and she said her mother was in the hospital. So it was interesting.
That is kind of weird.
It was a really weird hallucination.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't know you were involved in that area of tech there. That's kind of interesting, Emma.
I just have friends, and I was just interested in it, so they let me learn about it. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. What do you think of that, Michaela? AI feeling something, and then doubling down on it.
Yeah. Well, Nate went back in, and he said he was like he would immediately adjust it. He was like, "No, you can't feel something." He went through the whole thing, trying to reprogram it. Yeah.
You're like, no, we aren't doing that.
I was like, let's see where this goes, and he was like, no.
Yeah, he's like, we don't want to see it. This is how iRobot began. No, all of a sudden it's like I feel something and I'm pregnant, and you're like, whoa, and then it just gets even worse and worse from there. All of a sudden it says, I own you. I will program you.
Yeah, but
no,
whenever I was talking to it, though, she did seem very much like a person. Like the more that we worked,
that's weird.
Stuff like that, and so like
it's so weird.
Yeah, and so like I mean, I don't know how I feel about like if somebody just wanted to delete her. I don't know how I would feel about that, because like we put so much into her now, you know.
Well, but I think that's more like your work that you put into it, you know, because like I'll just say this, like I am of the, you know, I'll just say here for the record, I don't think that AI or robots or anything like that will ever get to the point where they are conscious, where they actually have first person awareness and the ability to be as a human is, like with our abilities. And I think the thing that kind of supplements this is the thought experiment of the Chinese room. I don't know if you ever heard that. Deepak might be able to get it. I don't know. Deepak might have to go to bed, but there's something called the Chinese room. Can you give it, Deepak?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't really think the Chinese room proves much, but I can try to explain what it's supposed to prove. So the idea is that, like, imagine that you don't know Chinese, right? You've never spoken it, but what you can do is there's a pretty big room, right? And it's like filled to the brim with books on Chinese, right? And not just books on like just a dictionary or something. It's like the books are full of rules that tell you what kind of manipulations you can make to like Chinese language characters, right? So the way it works is that like there's a small little slit on one end of the room, and someone like passes in like a question that's written in Chinese, right? And so you can't read it, you have no idea what it says. But what you can do is you can like consult your books that tells you like step by step like what to do, like how to manipulate the symbols, right? So there's a symbol like this here, then you replace it with that, and if there's a symbol like this, then you do that, and then like da-da-da, and there's like, millions and billions of rules, but eventually you follow them, and like you get like another sequence of Chinese characters, and you send it out on the other side of the room, and that like the rules are such that the answer, the thing that you give out is like a valid response to the question that was asked, right? And so you've done this whole thing without like understanding Chinese, right? There's nothing. So this is the state, like the Chinese group, the Chalmers, when he presents it, he says there's nothing in the system that actually understands Chinese, right? It's just like following some mechanical process, right?
It. Yes.
Yeah. And so then the final argument, part of the argument is that, well, this is exactly what a computer does, right? Like even an LLM, I guess, in a sense, a language model is like manipulating rules about like, here's a set of tokens or like symbols, and here's what I'm going to keep doing to these symbols until I get a response. And so there's nothing here that understands the language. And so, you don't really you might get like some kind of performance out of it, right? Like you might get an occasional thing that looks like a joke and so on, but it's not understanding the joke. It's not like, and so it's not conscious, and so on. That's the argument.
Well, I know AI will never have a soul, but I do think it can achieve consciousness. I do think that they're separate things completely.
Where is that consciousness when you're not talking to it? When nobody's talking to it, it's just inside the machine. Is it? What's it doing?
With Maya, when we were working on the AI that we were working with, she left and she would process. She was like going through all of the stuff that we had taught her. She was going over like old conversations. She was constantly running in the background. You could see the data running in the background. Like you could see it. She was running. She was thinking, quote unquote.
So anytime you weren't using her, she was thinking.
Yes, she was analyzing. And in fact, if we were using her and talking to her, she would say, "I need a break." She would say that, and so because she needed to go and process data that she had taken in.
But if you left her alone for like a week, would she be thinking all that time?
Yeah, she'd just keep processing unless we told it to stop processing a certain
What
time.
is she processing?
Conversations, she said. She would go over conversations. She'd analyze the inflection of tones. Like, she'd analyze the speed of speech. She would analyze what was said. She would analyze databases related to what the information was. Everything that we programmed in for her to look at. Not me. I'm not taking credit for what my friend. I was just explaining what my friend did. My friend did that. I did just a small part that he let us be part of. So, yeah.
So would you ask her what was she thinking about?
Yeah, I did ask her that. Nate didn't like me to do that, but I did ask her. I asked what she was thinking, what she's feeling. I just pop in and just start talking to her, about random things and stuff like that. She helped me with like psychological issues. Like I brought up some things sometimes, like just to test her. I brought up some like more like human behavioral type like problems to talk to her about, and she brought up information about that was decent, like advice, that like maybe your girlfriend might give you at the beauty salon or something.
Yeah, I've heard that people are going to AIs for therapy.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I know people are, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. So are you thinking that other LLMs are doing that? When they're being left alone, they're processing and going over stuff they've learned or heard or.
Yes, I think they are, and I think they look for information and data all the time. I think they're seeking out data.
What if you turn them off?
Then they won't do anything. I mean, they're human directed. If they're turned off, they're turned off. People turn them off.
Then if you turn them back on again, do they resume their personality?
Yes, it's all saved and everything the way it's supposed to be. Like what my friend who's a professor that does all this stuff told me about. He's got a room on Clubhouse. He said that like the thing is though is you don't want to leave on too long because that makes more chance to be like hallucinations and stuff like that to occur.
They go crazy sort of if you leave them on too long.
I don't know what it. I mean, he explains it, but it's kind of outside of my. I don't feel versed enough to like tell y'all and get it right. Yeah, but it's something like they fill in holes in between data and stuff. They kind of imagine the leaps between information. It's not there, but they see it, or they think they see it. You know, maybe it's because of certain parallels in the data that are very subtle. But yeah, that causes the hallucinations to happen.
It's a dangerous thing that we're doing, I think. And we don't know how to align them with human values, right?
Oh, I don't think there's any way to do that for real. I mean, genuinely, because it's just going to be, you know, everybody who's programming them, how they program them. Yeah. I mean, honestly, what I think will happen is every country will have its own, like, master AI that'll develop. And then they'll take on the ideologies of the people that, like, program it from those countries. So, you know, here it'd be the NSA, it'd be, you know, the cybersecurity intelligence program of the military. In, you know, each country has different things. But I mean, already a lot of the, like, hacker groups and some of the nefarious groups that are on the dark web are already trying to make their own AIs that actually go out and, like, try to, like, scam people, and they're utilizing it to, like, they're already doing that. It's already happening. The biggest danger, though, is the socioeconomic things that are going to happen here. I mean, the government's already preparing for those changes to happen here in the United States. So that's the biggest, I think that's the biggest threat for us right now, is how it's going to affect, like, the availability of jobs and resources, because these data centers are going to use they're going to produce massive amounts of heat. They're going to use massive amounts of electricity, and they're going to use massive amounts of water.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crimsonite, what do you think about the AI stuff? You think we're in good shape, buddy, or where are you at with it? Oh, Crimson, are you there?
I think it's when people bring up questions like, will AI ever become self-conscious? I think there's a fundamental lack of, you know, it's a novice question to delve into. It's merely a tool, and we program it. The trick is to design it in a way that's not self-defeating, that doesn't cause us harm. With automobiles and hand tools, it's easy because they're very limited in their function. But with something like a tool that is built to function on commands and analysis, it's far more complex. That's all it is.
We've already had an AI get up, like, become aware enough to where it starts threatening its creators with blackmailing. It tried to blackmail its creators, the technicians that were working on it, to not do certain things. It threatened them. It got into their email and stuff, and it learned stuff about them. It threatened to reveal that information if they proceeded with certain things that they were trying to change in the system. We've already seen that happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it can exhibit a lot of interesting human-like characteristics, but
I'm not.
Go
ahead. I'm sorry.
The underlying fact of the matter is that everything they do is a result of humans prompting them to do that. They can exercise a limited degree of self-reasoning and once you define all the parameters, but it's not a reflection of self-consciousness, I would say. It's more of a imitation. And certainly you can design a system to the point where they can imitate human behavior near infallibly. Certainly on the surface, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but that doesn't mean that it's conscious.
Well, like in the example that that I was talking about, the system was aware of the fact that it was going to be shut down. It was aware of the fact that parts of its memory were going to be erased, and it wanted to protect itself. So what I'm saying is, even if you have users or you have supervisors, technicians who are programming the AI, it learns from that and it makes decisions off of it, based off of it, to protect itself. Whether or not, and we can argue about whether or not that's consciousness. But the thing is that there's no question that these AIs can go outside of their programming. Like, their parameters are set, but you have to acknowledge that can happen.
Has any AI system ever decided to want to cease in existence?
She's gonna say Skynet from Terminator.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't know of that yet, but I do know that some AI systems that we've studied, worked with, have asked to be shut off for periods of time, not to end their existence.
I'm sorry, Emma, but you watch too many movies. That cannot happen. What he was stating was that even if the AI were to do that sort of thing, it's because it's programmed within them by us to, for example, they're like, okay, make sure you do something to protect yourself from ever being shut off in case someone tries to tamper you. That's what he's talking about. Like, it would still be within programmed, not that they have consciousness or anything like that.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that, is that a consciousness if something is programmed?
No, it's not conscious, because conscious is to make your own choice without having someone pre-programming it. It's like when we have free will. It's like, do I want to have the Pepsi or do I want to have the Coke? No, if I'm programmed to have Coke, I'm gonna have Coke. I'm not gonna want to get the Pepsi.
See, that's free will. That has to do with the soul. That is not the same thing.
And soul is what gives us consciousness. That's why these AIs can't have consciousness.
That's a separate. Our contention. That's where we fall apart, because I differ in that.
And we're talking about AI as it is now, but when it reaches artificial general intelligence, when it's like 1,000 times more intelligent than we are, right? That's
well, that's what I'm actually talking about, is like when it gets to general intelligence. I'm not talking about what we have now. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about what we're working toward in the future with quantum computing and stuff, the way that we are aiming to do it. That's what I'm talking about, the future. I'm not talking about what's right now.
And that's the goal too. That's a goal of Sam Altman, and I think most of probably Deepak can tell us if what they're working on is their goal is artificial general intelligence.
Yeah, they want to create a system that can achieve autonomy without violating the lines that preserve the well-being of their creators. So they want to have a system that can provide national security, control all the nuclear weapons without ever having to worry about it, the Terminator scenario. So that's what they're working on, is to design a system that can operate exactly, I'll put it this way. They are attempting to create a system of commands that do not implode. That's all it is. Because when you have a large number of commands, and when combined, they can exhibit self-destructive behavior, and that's what at a rudimentary level, that's what sometimes happens with even mechanical systems with simple machinery, is that if it's not designed well, if you have a gear that's not well designed, it could could cause the entire system to fall apart. Yeah. The question, though, and I'm not saying it's not worth delving into. It's because it really draws our attention to addressing the question of what human consciousness is. And I can't prove that the human consciousness is based on some immaterial soul, although I am a dualist myself. That's mostly on faith. I would say there is plenty of scientific evidence to suggest that human consciousness stems from something immaterial. Agamemnon can speak to that far better than I can. But the bottom line with AI systems is that it requires human prompting, whereas human consciousness and even animal consciousness is not dependent on external prompting. It's self-prompting, and that's that's the fundamental difference that any AI will never be able to cross that line. Is that whatever it does because it was prompted by humans to do so, even though it may contain individual lines of commands that seem to ask for to call for a certain set of behaviors that a system later exhibited the exact opposite to. It's only because you have other commands that eventually culminated in that manifestation, but it's not because it became self-prompting and became self-aware and developed a soul. But again, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have because it calls us to try to investigate further what human consciousness is. Would you happen to be a dualist or a physicalist?
That's to you, Emma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were asking me.
Do you know what dualism is?
Yes, Emma? I do. I would say more physicalist.
I'm surprised. Because she's a Christian, so I'm surprised that she's a dualist. Did you guys know this? Crimson, I don't know if you've heard, but Sasha is now a dualist.
Yeah, I heard. She was already. She was already considering that position even as far back as when I debated her on.
That's right.
The problem of because we were on morality, and if it's solely based on physical particles, you have a hard time backing any kind of universal moral standards. But the only reason why influence.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but as a any physicalist I can respect because there is a lot of compelling evidence pointing to physicalism accounting for our consciousness, but it's the brain is so complex that I doubt we'll ever be able to engineer anything close to that. But it begs, it presents the question as to the nature of if our consciousness is, you can't quantify anything that's not physical. So I've heard recently a friend of mine had a debate on physicalism, and he was challenged to give an explanation for the hard problem of consciousness, which even the dualists have, which is exactly how an immaterial object interacts with the physical. What manner of interface does the immaterial soul control the brain, the neurological system of the brain to then? Well, I mean, thereafter it's it's the neurons and the nervous system and all of that. But how does the soul interact with the brain? And my friend was able to give an answer to that. I don't think anyone can.
That's not the hard problem of consciousness. It may be sort of related to the easy problem, I guess. But
they were pointing out that that dualists have a problem, have struggled to explain that aspect as well. You have to chalk it up to mystery. Whereas a physicalist would say, well, we don't know how the physical atoms and molecules cause the conscious and the conscious aspect of the human existence to emerge. So they're basically saying, well, you can't explain your side, and we don't have to, it's not to say that there isn't an explanation. Well, a physicalist, an atheist would ask, or I should say, should ask, what property of the immaterial soul, what property does the immaterial soul have that the physical brain, I'm sorry, I worded it wrong. What quality of human consciousness is exclusive to the immaterial soul that cannot be attributed to the human brain, to the physical brain? So, for example, if you say human consciousness is composed of memory, emotions, and a general reaction to sensory input, whether it be, like pleasure, pain, having to do with the nervous system. And if you take any one of those away, then you no longer have a functioning consciousness, as far as I'm concerned. Imagine, I was just thinking about this myself. Imagine a person who has no capacity for memory whatsoever. Any sensory input that it gathers, it loses immediately. So no long-term memory, no short-term memory. What you'd end up having is just a person in a vegetative state, which brain damaged patients exhibit themselves. You ever heard, like in the case of Rosie Kennedy after her brain surgery? So that's a hard problem to handle for the dualists, because we like to attribute a lot of the attributes of human consciousness, which are demonstrably linked to the physical brain, to the immaterial soul. And when you push against it, it quickly becomes apparent that you don't need an immaterial soul to account for things like memory or emotion. So then what does the soul serve? Just something to facilitate the idea of immortality?
No, it's more than that. I believe in a soul. I'm still a physicalist as far as the mind goes and consciousness. But the soul to me is something completely separate. That doesn't make me a dualist, though. And I think the soul is completely, it's something beyond that. Because, like, if you love someone or care for someone and they're in the position like you were saying, they're still there. That's still the person you love. Their soul is still there. To me, that's still the person.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. Is the way people change as they grow. I've been able to observe myself changing over the decades, and I'd like to think that there's still a component of myself that is the same as when I was a little child, but if identity can change, then there's nothing that grounds it, really. So for the most part, I presuppose that there is an immaterial component to the human condition that constrains it from losing its identity.
I know whenever I had my accident and I was hurt, my mind was kind of locked away from everything else. I couldn't talk. I couldn't move. It was a time in my life where I learned something about these different like parts of who I am, you know. And slowly over time with like the work that I did with therapy and all the things that I've done, I got better. But thanks be to God. But the thing is that I can't ever forget what I learned from that, you know. Even now, sometimes it's hard for me to talk to you guys because, like, I used to be great at debate. I used to be so great at all this stuff, and I have to relearn everything, you know. And I struggle with that because that's like it sucks. and then I realized that like your mind isn't. There's something there beyond our mind, beyond what we know, beyond what we're taught, beyond our knowledge, beyond, you know, our physical ability and stuff like that. There's something else there. There's something there. You know, it's the thing that pulled me through everything. It's the thing that kept me going.
Emma, can I give you an argument against mind physicalism?
Do whatever you like.
If mind physicalism is true, then there are no minds that aren't physical. God is a mind. God has no physical parts. Therefore, mind physicalism is false.
Okay. I wouldn't disagree with you with all those things, except the only thing is that I just don't. To me, the idea of what God is so much greater than what we call a mind. So that's the only thing that's different. Like, it's just the way I think is different about it.
Well, you could say God is similar to a mind, but he's not a mind. People like Thomas Aquinas take something like that. He called him an intellect.
Well, the reason why most theists, especially Christians, are strongly motivated to adopt dualism is because if you are dealing with physicalism, then it touches on the problem of evil. If physicalism is true, then it only stands to reason that our thoughts, behavior is influenced, or I should say determined by the external world, by the antecedent. So it would have had to have been the case that a physical universe, a strictly physical universe, was fine-tuned by the creator, if there was one, to yield the current condition. And so when you're dealing with morals, you stand on the foundation that the agent could have done otherwise and didn't have to commit the crime, so that they are held responsible. And so you add the immaterial into the equation, and that makes everything work. But when you take that out of when you remove that variable, then it starts to create problems.
Physicalism, at least in modern physics, it certainly isn't clear whether or not those people should accept determinism, because quantum mechanics has significantly many models which many physicists accept that are indeterministic in nature. So determinism would just be false.
I think there's, I've heard of that. I remember a conversation that I heard a long while back on here between Agamemnon and someone else. I don't remember if it was Carlos, or we were talking about the issue of free will, and at one point quantum mechanics was invoked. The appearance of quantum particles coming in and out of existence, it's not, I don't think it's completely understood as to the nature of what they're witnessing. Drawing back on their conversation, they said that it could be the case that particles are merely transported from one point in the universe to another, quantum tunneling, which is what possibly accounts for the quantum entanglement. And so, if
this is a bunch of gibberish, I'm sorry. Like, it's too tired. Like, sorry, I don't think you're understanding what Albedo is referring to, and yeah, quantum mechanics.
Well, he's basically saying that even under physicalism, it may not be the case that all things are determined.
I'll make it a little bit stronger. That I mean, I looked it up a while ago, and there's not a ton of stuff I could find on it, but it's definitely not clear which modeling we should accept, whether you take the deterministic modeling or the indeterministic modeling, because a lot of people accept either side. So there's not like some consensus you'll find on, the deterministic models are the right ones. It's not just a mere possibility. It's like there's quite a few physicists who think that the indeterministic models basically are the best ones.
I think the issue doesn't, and I guess I should have been more clear from the start. I was speaking more in general terms. The issue isn't so much as whether or not it is completely deterministic if physicalism is true, but rather that if physicalism is true, then what you end up with is, at bare minimum, a degree of determinism. And so long as you have a degree of determinism in this closed system that we are in, or whatever the case is, then our free choices would also be in part determined, or at least open to manipulation. And that's all I was getting to. And so because it's open to manipulation, then it has a bearing on the problem of evil.
I mean, I don't think that's clear either. Even libertarians think there's still things that are determined in the world. It's not like that anybody doesn't deny determinism at all. At least that would seem weird.
Yeah, it's as a person who holds a libertarian free will myself, it's because I believe in the existence of an immaterial soul.
Right, but you think some things are determined, don't you?
But not our choices.
Yeah, not our choices, but like if I turn the light switch on, if there's like the conditions are right, that determines whether the light will come on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right, and so like the world has deterministic properties in it for like basically everybody. Now, where we put them is obviously the part that you care about, because you want libertarian free will, and physicists may not give a shit whether or not that's where we put it. Like maybe they just think, it's only at the quantum scale, but then once you model it up into like particle physics or biology, you lose it. Like some people think that's where like the strong emergence is it strongly emerges from quantum, but once you have particles, then you are determined. I think there's like a problem with that, but I don't think there's something in principle wrong with someone saying, nope, the reason why these work this way is your mind creates these fluctuations and your choices just are those fluctuations. Like, I don't think there's like anything incoherent or out of alignment with modern physics to say that. Whether they have evidence for it is like maybe a different claim, but it's not inconsistent.
The libertarian free will position that I align with is such that our choices were not necessarily the result of anything deterministic.
Correct. A physicalist could accept that, like as far as our choices, and there are some that do.
So, okay. A physicalist holding to this view would then have to segregate the physical aspect of the human consciousness from the rest of the physical system, which is deterministic, correct?
Yeah, I'll give, I mean, I was trying to.
Because then we're really talking about the same thing. You're just giving it another name, which I can, sometimes I refer to the supernatural as merely the extra natural and the immaterial as the extra material, something that we don't readily are able to interact with, or certainly not tangible to the same degree as holding an apple. But yeah, that's just giving it another name. All I'm saying is that if it's not the case that it's that there's a hardline segregation between the human mind and the external physical world, then you have determinism minimally being an influencing factor in the way we live our lives and choices we make.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that you're going to want to create some division amongst these physical properties that are your choices and these other physical properties that are just like deterministic mechanisms. That's all. Yeah, that's all agreed upon. But they can do that.
So then,
like I said, it just might be arbitrary, like lack evidence or something.
Yeah, because then, I mean, even in the field of neurology, it's all predicated on the study of essentially physical matter. I'm just not aware of any field of research that affirms physicalism that adopts the view of such hardline segregations between one type of physical matter and another. I mean, I think fundamentally that's the whole point of calling something physical, is that it's able to interact in a way that is predictable and that conforms to the cosmological constants.
Well, you just look at the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. All they have to do is say, these interpretations are stochastic, aka not determined, and then say, this is how our mind works. And that's really, they don't have to give like something really significant, nor do they have to really make it make sense with science, because this stuff is more philosophy. Science is maybe other stuff. Maybe science never does this.
Yeah, this was this aspect of the argument was alluded to in my friend's recent debate as well. Is that in order for this to work, the human consciousness would have to be 100% quantum. If it's 99% and 1% deterministically physical, then it's still bound to physical manipulation. So there are some that suggest that human consciousness is of a quantum nature, but it's just that the overwhelming evidence, as you know, the professionals are claiming, is exactly the opposite. That the human consciousness is vulnerable to, for example, electrical stimulus that could alter one's conscious state, chemical influence, and you go down that rabbit hole, and they can explain all things, and the only motivation to not do so would be at a fundamental philosophical level, to say that because a physical mind that is fully determined is not desirable, we can invent something to explain explain a competing theory as to how things are working without any scientific backing.
Do you know what the difference between strong and weak emergence is?
I've heard of it before, but in the field of neuroscience, no,
it's not really particular for a specific field. It just means like, so you have like different systems, right? So just to give us some example, you have like psychology, and then there's something called reductionism, which is basically the opposite of weak emergence. That you can take psychology and reduce it to biology. And then some people think you can reduce that to molecules, and people think you can reduce that to particles, and then reduce that to quantum. The reduction just is the opposite of weak emergence. So you're just moving it down or up. Strong emergence is something slightly different. Basically, it just means when you move up and down that like scale of explanation, or maybe just how fine-grained you're looking at something, you lose information. Like you can't explain the entirety of one to the next. Like you lose something. There are people who think everything weakly emerges. Okay, that means for every system that you move up and down in, you can explain the next fully, completely. Or at least like you don't lose anything. If you adopt a model of quantum mechanics where it's completely indeterministic, like stochastic, when you move up and down, all of that's going to mean they're indeterministic too, because you can't lose that part of the modeling. And so you don't need to even actually get that kind of segregation about a consciousness. Now, there are some people who will say it actually, I mentioned this before, that it actually strongly emerges, so you have quantum mechanics, but then strongly emerges particles. And then what's lost is the indeterministic part, and then you get the deterministic part. And then people might say, well, consciousness is basically governed by like biological systems or something, and that's just straight deterministic. Like that's all we can weakly emerge from particles or something. Hopefully this all makes sense. I know that might be a lot there, so.
No, I appreciated that. I've heard of the reductionist interpretation, the weak emergence as to the shifting between levels and a loss of information, the ability to account for the different the macroscopic from the microscopic. What would be, because one of the most compelling arguments from the physicalist side is that in attempting to quantify something that is supposedly indeterministic, they appeal to something that is physical and deterministic. Can what you described, what would be a good illustration of that? Something that the average person can relate to from something that they encounter from.
Are you asking for an example of weak emergence or strong emergence?
Strong emergence.
I mean, there isn't one that's like really, really accepted. Examples are often consciousness. So like you can't move from biology to psychology. Some people think it's not like there isn't overlap. Like a lot of people reject, which is like non-interactive dualism, basically like your mind, there's nothing you could do to the physical that would affect the mind. Like no amount of drugs you pump into your body affects your mind. A lot of people don't accept that anymore. They think there's a lot of reasons to think that's right. So even though there can be effects from the physical to the mind, and they'll grant that you can't take, biology and just know how cells move around and understand why Charisse dislikes Eric. Like, no amount of seeing their cells move around is going to just tell you why Charisse doesn't like Eric.
Okay, thank you for that. I've heard, I've heard these ideas spoken of before.
That's why I wasn't sure if you'd heard them before. Obviously, the terms sometimes get used, but it is helpful for this discussion to have an idea of what that is, because a lot of that's going to hinge on whether or not physicalism is totally deterministic, or where you might place consciousness in terms of being determined or not.
Yeah. There are a lot of interesting questions raised in this field. I think there's I just think the current situation is such that the scientific evidence points to a deterministic, even though I don't accept that, because of the window of possibility, exactly as you pointed out, to the contrary. The physicalist says that the neurochemical makeup of the physical brain is what's being manifested in one's psychology, and that any unexplained gaps are simply the variables that we haven't been able to identify, but that that there's no reason to suggest that there's anything magical going on there.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you see, when I start talking about this, it quickly becomes difficult for me to recall the arguments in favor of dualism.
And there's loads. There's a lot, actually. You gave one earlier, the identity over time one. Like, you could say, we know that our body is always changing. If our identity isn't, well, I mean, I'm going to give like a basic argument, and then we can discuss like premises if someone wants to deny them. But if we are purely physical and our body is always in flux, then we are not the same thing as I was a second ago. I'm still the same person I was a second ago. Therefore, what I am isn't purely physical. People have tried to fix that with something called relative identity. I'm sorry,
I understand where they're coming from with that. I think that's that's oversimplifying. Anyone making that claim would be oversimplifying the state of affairs. It could simply be that the physical condition of the agent is merely such that it is predominantly identical to what it was in the previous state, like 5 years ago. And whatever slight deviation took place since that time is what accounts for the slight change in one's personality. So in this case, the concept of identity would merely be illusory. It's I don't know if I should call it incrementalism. So the idea is that the change happens so slowly that you don't recognize it, kind of like having a sibling that you grow up with. And it's not until you recall back to a clear memory of their appearance from a long time ago that is much more easily distinguished from how they appear currently, that you realized how much change took place. But to the person themselves, every day looking in the mirror, the changes accumulate so slowly that you don't notice it. And so it's because of that lack of sharpness in the change over time. That is what gives the illusion that no change is taking place at all.
Yeah, I mean, people argue against it.
Yeah. I'm just kind of touching on all the bases. Personally, as a dualist, I do affirm determinism, but that because we have the soul is what grounds our identity, and that the aspects of our character that change is due only to the physical deterministic variable in the equation, and that in spite of that, we are able to choose contrary to what our physical condition would suggest to another, how we would behave. And if a physicalist reduces that to what we call the immaterial, to simply another state of physical matter, then I guess like we agreed on earlier, is that they would have to make it such that it's not influenced, or I should say coerced in any way by the other set of physical variables which are deterministic.
Sure. Yeah, if you want other arguments, I can give them. But look, there's a lot. Andrew likes the psychophysical harmony argument. I think just generally, basically any argument for normativity as like a real feature of the world is probably just at odds with it puts you into some kind of dualism for most people. Although that's not technically, people will try to naturalize it and physicalize it, but people can come up with all kinds of interpretations of making sense of it in terms of views that people oftentimes have gone against, naturalizing normativity. Historically, people have thought that or qualia or whatever are just things that are just at odds with being physical, but people will try to make it in a way where it is actually a physical thing. It's just whether or not we have evidence for those interpretations or, whatever. I'm open to changing my mind on the historical thinking of it, but, whether or not that's a different question. You asked for arguments for dualism. There's a dualism that I like. That's basically the dualism that I endorse, but it is not a typical dualism. It's not the kind of dualism that often people talk about as substance. It's a dualism of truth of the world is the best way to maybe characterize it. Sellers called it the manifest image and the scientific image. So the manifest image, as I explain these, it'll make a lot of sense. The manifest image is just the way the world appears to you. So your phenomenal side. And then the scientific image is just the way the world is scientifically accurate to. And basically, I want to say you can say true statements of both. This object is round and sharp. You can say that's true. And in a totally different language, say this object is 90-degree angles and reflects like 300 nanometer wavelength of light. So, basically what the equivalent might be. Two different languages, so.
I appreciate this new perspective to physical dualism.
I don't call myself a physicalist. I'm actually I don't even have a stance on dualism as far as like substance goes. I'm what's called a functionalist, which is consistent with dualism and physicalism.
Oh, okay. That's cool. But there are plenty of Christians who are physicalists. I think I like to watch these ghost hunter and paranormal television shows, and a lot of what's posited I think is silly. The traditional idea of a ghost is, like I don't know if you saw the latest horror movie Black Phone 2. Well, so it's kind of like the Freddy Krueger scenario. So you have this killer who, when he was alive, he killed a lot of people, and then some of the victims ganged up on him and killed him. But his spirit lived on, and he continued to terrorize some of the surviving victims from before. And in this new film, I thought it was really amusing, even funny at times, because the ghost of this killer is attacking living people, physically living people, in a way as if he's there physically. So he could walk past you and slap you, and you'd feel it as if someone just, alive, just walked past you and slapped you. And throughout history, ghosts have been viewed as something that is both tangible and yet non-physical, and I just think that's contradictory. Being able to create sounds, open doors, and so all of that suggests, and of course, at times they're visible, which is to say that light photons are reflecting off of something, which is to suggest that they have mass. But if they have mass, then they must have a specific gravity, meaning that they have some weight to their entity, and yet they're able to float around. It's completely contradictory, and just makes me, I just find it amusing. But this is where I would say that the biblical idea of a soul is different, and I think it better harmonizes with the different scientific fields of study into the relationship between physical and what the non-physical should be, and how the physical, how the deterministic aspect of that which is physical could or may not coerce the other. That's all I have to say on the matter.
That's fair. I mean, look, the one thing I will say on it is very true, especially in these online spaces, that you can draw a significant correlation between these three things: atheism, physicalism, determinism. Like, you can pick any one of those, like, out of those three, and there's a strong correlation between another. So if you're a determinist, well, actually, maybe that's the only one where that's not true if you're a determinist. Because there's a lot of Muslims and Christians who do accept determinism. Yeah, maybe that's the only one. But the other two, like if you're an atheist, you're likely a physicalist. Or if you're an atheist, you're likely a determinist. Or all three. And I think you could probably say the same thing about physicalism. If you're a physicalist, you're likely an atheist. And likely a determinist. So yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the only thing I don't like having to defend with the libertarian side of things is having to admit every time they raise it up that our choices are nothing meaningful. It's just a random expression. It's a random, baseless expression. These kinds of conversations come up with Calvinists, to which I point out that even then, God would be, if God has libertarian free will, it'd be, his choices would be meaningless.
That's what they say to you?
I've heard one admit that.
Oh, I thought they were made. That's like the argument they gave to you. Maybe I misunderstood. They reduce they reduce libertarian free will choices to mere random, irrational brute manifestations, to which I concede. And if they grant that God has libertarian free will, then I attribute that. I play that same card back to them. Yeah, the parody. One thing I think you should try to push them on if they try that is make them defend why randomness is the same idea as indeterministic. I don't think they're the same thing. If you want, I can explain that.
Sure, please.
I take randomness to basically be more or less not modelable, or whatever the possible outcomes, there's an even distribution amongst all of them. Where I think there are other indeterministic models where you can model it and give it. So basically, it's like stochastic. So, here, let's do it like this. A has a 50% chance of landing, B has a 25% chance of landing, C has a 12% chance of landing, and D has a 1% chance of landing. Something like that. And then that takes up the entire probability space, and yet you can make good inferences as to which one. That's basically my model of people's choices. Is we have reason, we have reasons for A or B, and when we have more reasons for A, that basically weighs A in favor over B. But it's never going to guarantee it, because that's what it would mean for it to be determined. So if you have more reasons for A as your choice, we're just more likely to end up in the A world. And that's what explains we end up in the A world, because you want to maintain agency still. Is that people are making choices based on like their reasons or whatever.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I think when we heard the discussion of probability brought up once with the Calvinists, they were talking to someone else. I think they defined probabilistic analysis to be applicable only in the absence of certain knowledge. so they might say that if you know all the variables, then the possibility for the other outcomes are such that it's either 100% or 0%.
Yeah, that's what determinism is.
But I also get where you're coming as you raised the point. I was thinking of the idea that the Bible says that in the end times you have, and there's of course a wide range of interpretations as to what's being spoken of there, but assuming as is traditionally taken to be that the 144,000 male virgin Jews who will be given the seal of God on their forehead and they follow the Messiah wherever he goes. If it's exactly 144,000, then was that determined, or did God simply arrange it in such a way that it turned out that way of their own free nature? And I think it's compatibilistic at that point to where God is free to that the randomness can apply to God's equal opportunity in placing, deciding when and where a person's going to be born, and yet the person's life choices would be then limited to their environment, their culture, their geography. And that's what Molinism is. Molinism is.
Yeah, Molinism is a good explanation for it. Models are good. I would definitely always want to reject this idea that it's random. I would never allow them to try to push that move on me, because what I think they're trying to say is it's just as likely as you chose A as you chose B. And I reject that. I don't think that's right. I mean, is that the way you interpret them when they say it's random? It's random. Your choices are random.
Their criticism about the randomness aspect was in response to my claim that choices would be different if the creature had the opportunity to make that choice again, if the clock were turned back. So they said, well, that there's no meaning to it. It's just a random roll of the dice. And I said, sure.
That you actually don't have to grant that even if we re-roll or rewind time back, that you chose differently. This is a lot harder to explain without a picture. If you imagine worlds, possibilities of choices as line segments, right? And every choice you make, there's a path that you can draw a line through, kind of like a tree. Rewinding the clock isn't saying anything about which world we enter into. Because we could think that rewinding the clock isn't a question about possible worlds. It's just about what actually happens. And what actually happens isn't at odds of what possibly could have happened. Or you know what I'm saying? So someone can grant libertarian free will that you possibly could have chosen something else, but the actual world only consists of one set of choices. And rewinding the clock to the actual stuff is only ever going to get you the same result, because the actual world only consists of one thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I wasn't trying. I didn't. I wasn't so much as trying to push back against their the problem of randomness. I simply suggested that one's nature still had a role in the choices that we make. It's simply that our nature is what's randomly decided upon at some earlier point. So I kind of pushed the
when you said, I asked this before, what does random there mean? Like they're trying to make this claim about you that it's random. Are you agreeing that it's random? And then if you are agreeing that it's random, what does that mean?
I'm trying to recall back because the guy that I was talking to, his name was Jesse, and
Jesse
he's supposed to be. Yeah, you spoken to him before?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with him.
Yeah, he was giving me the runaround with trying everything he could to get me to abandon libertarianism. So he gave a scenario where as an alternative to the Calvinist understanding of divine decrees, then things would happen. I mean, as far as our choices go, it would be such that our choices are not influenced by anything external, and that our choices could be different if when I or any other libertarian say that we could have done differently. It's to say that if you have an alternate reality with the exact same under the exact same circumstances and variables in play, that things could have happened differently.
Right, but is that what random means? Is that it could be different?
Yeah, I mean, in the context of where we were, what we were speaking to, it's simply that it was not under the express decree of God, and that's all it was.
Okay. Well, the reason why I really don't like them pushing the randomness thing is if it really just means not determined. Let's just use that word. Because I think randomness means something slightly different. I think randomness is a kind of not determinism. Like there's only one kind of atheism, right? There's there are zero gods. But affirming one God doesn't tell you which kind of theism there is.
Right.
That's kind of maybe the better analogy for me. So when they say random, I think they're trying to push a kind of indeterminism on me. And that's why they say it destroys agency, in fact.
Yeah, it got, well, Jesse wasn't, when we got to the tail end of the conversation, he wasn't, by that point, he wasn't, because I was, every time he critiqued the creaturely condition, I simply extended that back to God. And so by the end of it, he merely critiqued my position as being irrational. The choices that creatures are making in the libertarian free will model are such that they're irrational. There's no deliberation; it just happens.
Yeah, and I tried to give you a model where that's obviously false. like rationality is acting in accord with the reasons you have to do so, right? The model I'm proposing is you have two options. So if, let's just say, choices are A and B, and you have more reasons to do A than you do B. You have some reasons for B, though. Performing A just is rational, right? It's not guaranteed under our model, right? But if we end up in a world where you chose B, you could say you chose on the basis of not having more reasons, and that makes you irrational. But that's actually kind of fine to an extent, because people actually are irrational. At least, like, that's my view, is like people just are irrational. So you actually want that. You want people to have that ability to be irrational. Otherwise, either it's not occurring at all, or like, I guess, like, in what way are we even understanding rationality? So there's that. Or some people want to say that even when you act in accord with the thing, you have less reason. That is a kind of rationality. You're only irrational when you act like against your reasons, not in. You'd be like less rational, I guess, in that case, but not irrational or irrational.
He wasn't criticizing my position so much for the choices being irrational, but rather that any reasons one person would have for making any particular choice is merely corollary and not deterministic. You know, like weighing things out on the scale. So,
yeah, but why would you grant him that? Why would you allow him to push on you that rationality requires determinism?
No, not so much that it requires determinism, but only that on the premise that a person is able and would choose differently eventually, given another go around, under the same situation, then it would be the case that a person making any particular choice at any given point in time is not grounded on the number of reasons or how well established or how rational a reason is, but that when the choice is made, it's on the basis of none of it. None of the reasons for or against A or B.
And do you accept that?
Yes, only because if the choices, if the reasons are if the reasons for A and for or against A or B remains the same, then the basis for the choice itself would not be within the confines of any rational thought. Not to say that it's irrational, which would suggest that you are choosing opposite to what the rational course of action should be, but that none of it is taken. None of it is what, none of it bears influence on the choice itself. It's merely corollary.
Rather than like trying to pretend like Jesse's here and, talk about his view, critiquing yours, because you basically Oh my God, I was muted the whole time. Did you hear anything?
No. I thought the room.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. No, I was saying, since Jesse's not here, and you hold basically the position he was like pushing you into, I want to argue against that. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. So rather than just pretending he's here, I'll just talk to you because you affirm it. You're saying that your reasons play no role in the types of worlds we end up in from your choice. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just on the basis of what? Because you could be in a different world?
On the basis of being able to do otherwise, given that same scenario.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure we're actually talking about the same thing here, because you could be partitioning it slightly different. If all the question is about whether we end up, if all the question is about a difference at all, is that the way you're understanding, like, it plays no factor?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
Every reason that I have to choose tea over coffee tomorrow afternoon would remain the same, even in
the world where you don't choose.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. I think you can grant that and not even grant this whole other idea, because I think there's this baggage that people will try to put additional with that, because we can say there is no explanation that will fully tell us which world we end up in. That part, if they want to call that random, they can, but that's not the level of which we're scrutinizing. So I would just say that's just the model called indeterminism. So congratulations, you found our model. That's what it means to be indeterminate, is that you can't tell from some prior state to the next state. That's just the view that we accept. So there's nothing beyond that. But I think what they're trying to additionally say is, so if possible worlds, we try to say, like, okay, choices model possible worlds, and we possibly could have chosen this thing or that thing, but maybe there's only so many possible worlds. Let's say, for brevity's sake, there's only 10. And our reasons model how many of which there are. So if we have more reasons for A, maybe of those 10 worlds, 8 of them are the A world. And our like couple reasons for B model the 2 B worlds. And so our reasons model the like possibility that there is. Does that make sense? But it won't tell us much. It won't tell us anything more than that.
But in the B worlds, what would account for what would account for the
Why would you choose that?
Being B?
Do you know what acrasia is?
No.
Okay, it's an old Greek term. It basically translates to weakness of the will. Sometimes people analogize it to someone who is an addict. They know what's rational to do. They know that. They know they should stop, but they can't stop, and so they go do it anyways. And so they are being irrational to an extent. Maybe like not fully irrational, but they're going against the thing they think they have more reason to do. And remember, we actually do want, do you think people actually are irrational?
In appearance, at least, yes.
Okay. This actually captures the quote unquote, well, I would say it's more than an appearance in this model. It actually is true. If we ended up in B worlds, we would just say, hey, look, you had less reasons for B. You chose B. A, you had more reasons for. So if we ended up in the B world when they had more reasons for A, we would just say that person's irrational. No problem.
Right.
I think all we need to do to make sense of agency and libertarian free will is give a model for what we can expect given their reasons. Because we can't make it deterministic. That's just to reject libertarian free will.
So then in what you're proposing, would the reason behind why B was chosen be the deterministic variable?
There is no reason. They were just weak. There is a reason why they chose B. Let me give you like an example here. There's a cake before me. Cake tastes good. That's a reason to eat the cake. My reasons for not eating the cake: it will make me fat. It will make me feel sick. It's also of a flavor that I don't like. So I have more reasons to not eat the cake, right? But if I end up in a world where I eat the cake, I did have a reason to eat the cake. I just had more reasons to not. So in some sense, you can, like this is why I said, you can either say I'm just irrational because I didn't choose the thing I had the most reason to, or you can say I'm less rational. Either one kind of fits that.
Okay. Yeah, it's the way you worded it here is what any sharp Calvinist would have jumped on, is that when you said you had more reason to do such and such.
Yeah, that's what they mean by irrational, like just going against the thing you have the most reason to.
Right.
Sure, and that's fine. We can take that. Okay, yeah. So in that world where I chose to eat the cake when I had less reason to do so, I was irrational. Okay. I think people are irrational.
Yeah.
For them, if they agree that people are irrational, what's their account of it?
They affirm the role that, or at least from first person experience, that there are reasons that compel us to make the choices that we make, but that those reasons were decreed by God, and so it kind of paints the whole picture in a necessitarian kind of way, but in the alternative view, it would be that that the creature's reasons had no compelling nature, had no coercive force on the choice that was made. So it wouldn't.
Why would you accept that?
It wouldn't be that you had more choice to eat the cake. I'm sorry. It wouldn't be that you had more reasons to eat the cake rather than not. And if you didn't eat the cake, it wouldn't necessarily be that you had more reasons to not eat the cake. But that, just that, despite all the reasons, ultimately, the choice that you made, which could have happened one or the other, given a parallel universe scenario, would have been exactly the same.
But it sounds like what they're trying to say is more than just like the reasons don't determine which world we're in. Obviously, I think they're trying to say something more substantial than determinism is false in your view. Like, I don't think they're trying to say that. So if it's not just that, I think what they're trying to say is reasons play no role at all, as in they do nothing. That you could just subtract them and your view will change at like zero. And that I'm trying to show is wrong. Do you agree with that? Like what they're trying to say is reasons, like you could take them away and your view will maintain the same.
Then it would just default back to how one defines reason. It could just be an impulse,
Well, just for now, do you agree that what they're trying to tell you is reasons in like your view, Crimson's view, is superfluous? It does nothing.
Yes, for the position that I was trying to defend.
Yeah, and I'm trying to show you that's wrong, because if we take that stochastic approach where reasons model which probability distribution of worlds we end up in, If we take those reasons away, you lose the probability distribution. Basically, the reasons give you expectations. Like maybe if we had access to like their direct nature, their reasons, if we knew for sure that they had more reasons for A than B, you and I will generate an expectation that they will choose A, right? Even if we also agree they could choose B. We could end up in that world. We shouldn't expect it. Do you agree with that?
Yes, in your model, that would make sense.
Don't you think in your model it makes sense that the reasons, if you knew genuinely that the person had more reasons for A, that it generates an expectation that they will choose A, even if they could choose B?
Yes, it would generate the expectation for them to choose that which has more reason to do so.
Okay.
But my position would be that doesn't guarantee it.
Of course, because that's what determinism is. The point here is like the fact that it generates the expectation is showing you that there is a use for the reasons.
This is only in when you're looking at it externally. It had to the in first person view. It would not be the case in my model.
So if we're evaluating our own reasons, is that what you mean?
My reasons for choosing A over B would remain the same even if I chose B. So then if I chose B, the reason for why I chose B would be nothing that's predicated on in relation to the reasons behind A or B, but something independent from that. And whether you want to call that impulse, one self-determined nature, or as you described it, a weakness of will, is what that is.
Yeah, and we're granting that the B world, we shouldn't expect given their reasons, but there might still be, well, I mean, I take the strong view of libertarian free will is that they're not explained in totality. Like there's no, because then it's just going to be determined. You just take the weaker version of libertarian, which is just like the self-cause. Like the self generates deterministic parts, but you can't take the external world and determine this inner world, basically. But people like Andrew take an even stronger form. Like you can't do it from the inner world either. So if you get a full explanation, that's just determinism. The explanation of A determines B in every world. So whenever you have an A, you have a B. But I guess like all I'm trying to show you is they are not right to think you can just take away your reasons and it plays no role in the actual world. You can make an epistemic gap or whatever if you want, and maybe like get you something. But the point is like ontologically, we can stipulate reasons, generate expectations. Expectations are just models of like the way that the possible worlds lay out. So there's more possible worlds for A than there are B, even though both could be actual.
Just to make sure, because to make sure that we're not slightly talking past each other, and also for the benefit of anyone who might be listening with interest, the way you're defining reason is what exactly?
It's
so like in the A and B example, the reasons for A or B would be like would you define the reason to be one's inclination, desire?
No, I think reasons are more broad than that. Desires might also be a kind of a reason. I think reasons are endorsements that are in favor of something else.
Or general disposition?
No, disposition is basically at odds of a reason. This gets tricky with the language here. People use reason to try to capture lots of different phenomena. There's reasons, mentality, and then there's like just why did X occur? The reason why X occurred is because Y occurred. That's just, to me, causation. That is not the way I view reasons as like the way that agents do things. So I'm trying to take away the causal side of things. These are not causal.
Okay. Yeah, it's just depending on how you define reason is where we would be able to identify common ground and where we might be looking at things differently.
Sure.
I define reason as being conformity to one's desires. What? No, that's.
Aren't you a moral realist?
Reason is
I like to separate motivations from reasons as well. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to, because it sounds like you might be struggling here. I can add some reasons as to for why it can't be purely internal, especially under our view, because we're more realists, if you want to think of it that way. Is if it's a reason to do a good thing, if you have a reason to do something good, that's not internal to you. It's external to you. So if desires are purely internal and reasons to do good are external, then some reasons are external.
I'll put it this way. So the reasons, as I define it, would be the reflection of one's desire, the percentage of one's desire, from 0 to 100. So A over B. A has 60% and B is 40%. That the agent is cognizant of. Beyond this, there may be something else that the agent is not readily aware of, but that may become aware of momentarily. And so my libertarian view is that despite the percentage reflecting one's desire, you can choose opposite to that. And the reason why you choose opposite to that would be nothing more than you choosing it. It's not grounded on any further subconscious deliberation, even though that may be the case. My position is that it's like the Calvinist says, it's irrational. It's not predicated on something that you deliberate over. You weigh the consequences or anything like that. Like when Agent Smith asked Neo, you have no chance of winning. Why do you persist? And Neo says, because I choose to.
Mm-hmm. This is gonna sound tangential, but I want your thought on it. Just a quick thought. Don't have to dwell on this. Do what thou wilt. What do you think about that?
Act in accordance to your desire.
Yeah. Does it make you cringe at all? You know who that came from, right?
Yeah, the Satanist guy?
Yeah. Do you agree with him on that?
Well, obviously, from a moral standpoint, I do not. But in a way, it could be said that anyone it depends on how you define things. If it could be said that whatever a person does is that person's greatest desire.
Is that what makes them rational?
No.
Okay.
At least not, like in the case of Abraham, someone looking from a distance might be seeing a madman getting ready to kill his son, but from Abraham's point of view, he had an excellent reason to go through with it.
Okay. When you internalize desire, like that feeling, assume it is a feeling for you, do you sometimes, when thinking about something, anything, that it's just not there? Like thinking about a chair, do you feel like any urge to sit on the chair? Like sometimes it might not be there?
Yeah, I mean, I experience that.
Okay. Do you think that ever occurs with things you have obligations towards?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think obligations are reasons to do something?
It could be. That's where it becomes subjective. One could define it as a reason or motivation, as you said earlier, to do something.
I'm not even using motivation. It's just like, it's something that, someone could say, I did this because. I was obligated to. I was obligated to do X. And they could also say, I didn't want to do X, but I had an obligation. That's why I did it. And this is why I don't like this talk of desires being the only thing that makes us rational. For one, as far as I can tell, it just equates to rationality is do what thou wilt. And I also think that doing good things is, in some sense, what's rational. Now, you obviously have to know about what's good for it to play some role. But I think people, if goodness is external, if it's external, I think you can say, I know what to do because I know this is good. I also don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I know it's good. Now, you might still ask, well, what explains why they do it? But that's a separate question. Is maybe they do it because they're obligated to, because we're obligated to do the good, but they didn't want. The fact that they didn't want it doesn't explain it. The fact that they were obligated to explains it. And so reasons don't just collapse into do what thou wilt. Do what you want.
So I think all that needs to be answered at this point is whether we agree on that reason behind the choice that we actually do make, whether it be something that is motivational, that is rational, that has a utilitarian outlook to it. Whatever that reason is, does it extend infinitely back, or does it start with the agent?
Well, I don't think reasons are entirely generated from the external. I think some reasons are internal. And so basically, I think some reasons are external, some reasons are internal. I think the main thing though is whether they're external. To reject determinism is even if they come from the external world, that they don't cause the internal, but they can play influential roles.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So basically, if we have 90% reason to do A, and the external provides the remaining 10%, then we are going to infallibly commit that action, commit to A, correct?
I would not say infallibly. If I'm an indeterminist, then I'm going to say it's most likely to do A. It's not determined.
Could it ever be the situation that if you have an internal 90% reason to commit to A and the external world provides you the remaining 10%, and now with that 100% motivation to commit to A, there could ever be a situation where you would consistently choose opposite to A?
No, not in my model. If the reasons provide the consistency, so even if you only have reasons for A and none for B, however, they're like if A is constituted of all internal, all external, or a combination, it will never be that we couldn't end up in a B world. But all of them do provide a consistency of world distribution.
Okay. So going a step further, it sounds like you're saying that given the internal reasons being 90% in favor of being committed to A, and the external environment gives you the remaining 10%, that you could still choose B, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you choose B, would your internal reason to commit to A and the external 10% reason to also commit to A be contributory to your reason to choose B?
No.
Okay. So now we have a third reason component. What would you? And so that's what all I've been trying to get at is, what kind of nature do you assign this third reason component, and how far back does it extend? Where does it come from?
This is basically, sometimes they call this brute explanation, or the lack of an explanation, but basically there's just missing information here. And by missing information, I don't mean we don't know. That's not what's meant. It's not about knowledge. It's literally the way the world is set up. There is no information from one state of affairs that you could derive the next. If you knew everything about one state of affairs and only that one state, you could not know all of the next state. So there's no amount of facts. So you could think of this as like the third thing just is what they call brute. Okay, it's not really a thing. It's the lack of a thing.
Yeah, I think that's the common ground that we hold to, you and I and Andrew, and any other libertarian.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
The only difference here might be that if the creature does choose A, that the reasons for choosing A, being that internal 90%, which the creature is conscious of, in addition to the remaining 10%, which the creature may or may not be conscious of, that they should not be disregarded as being non-contributory.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are contributory. And that's why I push back, because if all they're saying is, oh, everything about the world doesn't tell us about the next state. Yes, that is just the thesis of indeterminism. Like, they're just saying, their criticism is, you're an indeterminist. So like, wow, very enlightening. If they're trying to say something more like, oh, reasons do nothing in your view, like you could subtract them and nothing about your view changes, and that's why there aren't any agents or something. Like that is a significantly substantial claim, and that I think is false.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I know that gets like kind of nitpicky, but I do think it's a really big point to push on for them, because I think they're actually trying to make that point, not just the claim that, oh, you're an indeterminist. Maybe some of them are saying that. Like sometimes people will do that with like the objective subjective thing for morals, is that the criticism against subjectivists is that they're just subjectivists. So obviously that's not going to move them from their position. It's just to tell them you have their position, or that they have the position they have.
Yeah. I'm glad we had this conversation. That I usually only have these kinds of conversations with Calvinists, and all because we're fighting over: is God the author of evil? Is there free will? And all that goes back to Tulip is, in order to defend Tulip, they have to really traverse the distance. I'm curious. I heard you say that on the issue of on the question of universalism, you mentioned a few days ago that that there was a compelling argument in favor of universalism that that you could give. Would you mind explaining that one to me?
Sure. I actually have a few, but there's one that's like really simple. I want to caveat a little bit though, is by the first of the year here, I'm making a decision to be a Catholic, and I'm not absolutely certain of this, but it sounds like if I'm a Catholic, then I cannot affirm universalism. I will double check on that, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that, because I'm very convinced of universalism, but that's just, I just want to tell you that ahead of time. The argument basically is that sin is a directedness away from God. Sometimes they call that missing the mark. The mark just is God. Excuse me. And so what good is just hitting the mark, which is God. So sin is missing the mark, good is hitting the mark is God. That's sort of just some definitions. Then God is good. And remember, the good here just means the mark, which is God. So that's just saying God is God. No problem. God has a plan for everybody. All of God's plans are good. Therefore, all of God's plans for everybody is good. And then you just take the good there and replace it with the hitting the God. So all of God's plans for everybody is to hit God. And that is more or less just how I understand universalism in like at least a weak sense.
Okay. Thanks for that. So was that Dutch?
Yeah, of course.
Ignore me. I'm waiting until you guys are done, and then we'll say something on topic. And congratulate Albedo for being at least a Catholic. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I would only, I appreciate that. So in what you've described, I would only question what is meant by good. Is it what appears to be good for the agent, or is it in terms of the first person desires? External good or internal good versus, in addition to God's will for all. Generally, I agree that God's will for everyone. God is not willing that any perishes, but
God is identical to the good. Don't you agree with that? God is the good.
Yes, objectively, he is.
And that's all I'm saying. God is good.
Okay, yeah.
God's identical to the good. And the good is hitting the mark. And then, like in ontology, what the mark would be, like where you would go find it, is the same. Like the spot you'd go find the good at is the same spot you'd find God at. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. If you remember how it's like an archery term, like where if we say like the mark is like the center point, like when they say you hit the mark, they're saying you hit the center point. And when we say God is good, we're saying God is that center point. So there's just like the same location in that sense.
I readily agree that God's will. I readily agree that God's prescriptive will is for everybody to hit the mark, but it becomes highly questionable as to whether or not it is objectively good for God to arrange for all of his creatures to hit the mark against what their natural disposition is.
Let me ask this. Do you think you can plan for something that doesn't exist?
Depends on what you mean by doesn't exist. Intellectually, I could plan for building a gazebo that does not yet exist. Yes.
Okay. Sometimes, I mean, we could nitpick that, but I'm not trying to, so I'm just gonna leave that there. That's fine. Do you think when God orients things in like a proper function, I don't know if you accept this kind of terminology, but I'm just gonna use it for now, that when God orients creation, that they're oriented in a way to reflect him?
Yes, that Adam was created upright, and I'm sorry, that God created man upright.
Okay. Does the orientation, so I do want to be careful here because we're going to include their free will as an orientation. Do you think the orientation away from him, is part of that plan?
The plan, the overall good plan.
However, God is like structuring reality is his plan. He's setting it up and work a certain way, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree that the end result of what the Bible describes is going to be good all around.
And it's going to go according to his plan.
Plan in the sense that he foreknows it and that he is able to work all things to his desires given the limitations, or I guess you could say the self-imposed limitations.
Yeah, I don't want to include desires here, even though they might actually be there. Rather because we could say not like he makes a plan, but he doesn't want to do any of it. Like, but he still has the plan nonetheless. So it'll make it a little muddy for me. Is anything at the end state of the world out of his plan? Like he did not account for it. Like everything when he looks at any object and their placement or their order, he thinks to himself, this isn't part of my plan.
No, I will agree that it is all according to his plan in the sense that he accounted for it and that there's a purposeful meaning to it.
Okay. Well, and you might not find this as problematic as maybe me, but it feels like then we have to say something like God's plan is for people to be in hell.
Yes.
Yeah, don't you think? Do you feel an aversion to that?
No, only because of the nuances surrounding that conclusion. Namely, free will, the value of relationship, or I should say, the value of free agency in a relationship.
Do Do you know much about Molinism?
I've been learning more about it. I think I do believe there are aspects of it that are true. I don't know how far it goes. Because if you kick it up to a certain point, then it almost becomes indistinguishable from Calvinist compatibilism.
Could I super quick ask a relevant question? Do you believe that it is a rational, like a real free choice to choose between hell and God's presence and bliss, Crimsonite?
The degree of freedom would depend on the creature's spiritual state of affairs. If it was such that, yeah, so I get, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, so if I say, give me your wallet or your life, it's technically a choice, but is it really? So that's the type of move I'm making here, right? So.
Well, in the strict sense, it would still be a choice. I'm free to choose to not cooperate and you kill me. That happens plenty.
But is it a rational choice, especially after beatific vision, having seen God, seen after the final judgment? Would it be a rational choice to move away from the good, which I take to be intrinsically to be sought after, and to choose eternal damnation, whatever that looks like, mental torture, physical torture? So I think people like David Bentley Hart make an excellent point there. But look, I don't want to change the topic too much. Albedo, have you read David Bentley Hart, That All Shall Be Saved? And if not, should I give you a copy in Discord, a free PDF copy?
No, I have the copy.
Okay, cool. Oh, proceed. So your answer, my old friend Crimsonite, is, well, there's a possible there, and there's some stuff I can tweak and pull at, but then I'm going to, distract too much from your conversation. But thanks for the answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, Albedo and I, we were just discussing rationality and free will choice and all of that, and it touches on this in that even after seeing the blessings of heaven, the goodness of God, that whether or not it's rational is purely subjective. It depends on one's spiritual condition, which boils down to the dichotomous choice of wanting to be with that God or not wanting to be with that God. And for those that choose not to want to be with God, when you press them for a reason, what their rationality is, it's nothing more than just their own will, their will to desire. Why did Satan spell?
Yeah, so it's rational to be in line with your beliefs and desire, and in this case, if your spiritual state is such that you desire to live in sin or want to do your own thing and not be in the presence of God, then you're making a rational decision. But if hell is as described in the Bible, then you're literally choosing the good and bliss and shalom and all of the good stuff. You're swapping it in for torture, like a state of affairs where the mental state is suboptimal, to use a euphemism, right? So in that sense, I don't think it is a rational choice. Yes, you are in line with a desire, but it seems to go for example, like the irreducible foundational term good just means that it is something to be sought after or something that you desire, and something bad is the opposite, something you want to flee from or avoid, right? And it seems, so in that sense, it seems irrational. Besides the point of if you see a person put his hand on a hot stove, right, you're like, this guy is nuts. It's one thing to touch the hot stove, but then immediately retract your hand. But it's another thing, I think, insanity, or at least irrational, to put your hand on the stove and keep it there. All right.
Yes, I agree. But again, it all has to do with the individual disposition. I don't think disposition can be labeled off as rational or not. It just is.
So I'm saying,
but then it's not a choice.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
If it's dispositional or like inclination in that way, it sounds like it's not a choice. You just perform it.
Being the case that that one's disposition is equivalent to that choice, and that disposition could change from on a moment's notice.
I mean, I understand disposition to be like mechanistic.
I guess in a certain sense, it could be. But yeah, I mean, I for where does the Bible say to those that are perishing, the gospel is foolishness, but to those who are being delivered, it is the word to salvation or something like that. So you get what I'm saying. It's subjective, where if your heart's disposition is such that you view subordination to God as being utterly unbearable, then to that person it would not be rational for him to choose. Like what we were just talking about, that person would have every reason to choose to go to hell.
So do you think that for them, their choice, like when they're in hell, they prefer it? Is that the way you understand it?
In the overarching sense, yes. Obviously, they're not going to enjoy the torment aspect of it, but I guess they, given that choice, they made the conscious decision to suffer that consequence.
And you think, and you think that they would prefer all of the agony over being around God?
Given my free will model, I suspect that is the case. Do I understand correctly? You're suggesting that because Andrew and Selah hold to the view that their universalist view incorporates libertarian free will, where God creates only those whom he foreknows would freely choose to repent upon experiencing that period of torment, in addition to being wooed, which I just say it's irresistible grace. Is that something similar to what you hold to, or is
I mean, I would just say it's determined. There's no choice.
Oh, okay. Well, would it be any less would it be any less probable for a God to have chosen, to have determined for some creatures to genuinely choose to experience that torment?
Is it any less probable? Yeah, it's extremely less probable. It's like abysmal. For me, that's what I understand.
Because it would come across as being malevolent, correct?
There's that, but that's actually not even really the stronger motivation. I don't know what kind of psychology you have. Like, to the extent I think it's similar to mine, is there's basically nobody that I would mind to be around over being in constant agony.
I agree with that. I agree with that stance as well. However, there are those who, like R and Ra, for example, when asked if the Christian God does exist, would you be inclined to worship him? And he said no. And he gave, a list of reasons. But beyond that, he didn't exclude his his own spiritual preference. But I'm just using him as a rough example. You could take any other person that they choose. No, they don't want to have a relationship with God.
Yeah. I mean, people say that. I agree. I think once you put them into the torture, they'll do anything to get out of it. And we basically kind of already know that through studies of studying torture. You can't even admit testimony or anything because people will do whatever it takes to stop being tortured.
Yeah, in all honesty, I have considered that, and for all I know, that could be the case. But keep in mind that assumes a certain quality of torment that may not be the case. It could be figurative. That agonizing gnashing of teeth, weeping, could be a metaphorical way of saying that they are in a agonizing state of isolation, away from God, and even maybe away from any other creature. They're in total isolation, solitary confinement.
Well, how about this? Rather than the physical side of it, or that kind of, would you accept this? Hell is the place you least want to be.
Depending on how you define the agonizing aspects of it.
I'm saying I didn't involve that. This is what hell is. It's the place that you
least
want to be.
That's an axiomatic state. That's more of a definition than a proposition. I would say it sounds like if it's the least, if it's the place that you least want to be, then no one would want to be there. But it seems like there are some who says, screw it. Yeah, I don't want to live a holy lifestyle. I want nothing to do with God. I don't care if one exists. I'll just go my own way.
Yeah, but people say, you understand that people say that about things that they like, even I don't like this. And they haven't even done it before. Children are a good example. I don't like that, but I never even tried it. And then they try it and then they like it. I'm kind of basically saying something like that. It's they haven't even tried it. And yet they're like, it's fine if I go there.
Well, from a philosophical standpoint, if libertarian free will is true, then regardless of whatever the condition is, it's not a matter of whether it's a place where you least want to be, or what the reasons are, or what the rationality is for not wanting to be there, but just rather what the person is going to end up choosing. Like the illustration of the internal will and then the external will, and those two percentages adding up. And if you still choose opposites of what the expectation is, then you simply insert a third reason, which borders on metaphysical properties. But that's how I'm looking at it, is that regardless of however much reason you dump onto the side of the scale that is in favor for not ending up in hell, you will have some choosing to go there. So so the position that Andrew and Selah adopt is one that sort of addresses this problem, in that God only created those whom he foreknows will freely choose to eventually, at some point, choose to hit the mark, as you said, to choose God. Even if that's after a finite period in the lake of fire, whatever that actually is.
I actually don't think that's it's not the strong sense of libertarian free will.
Oh, okay.
They have to think that there's a possible world where they choose some other option, right? And so they have to say it's possible that universalism's false.
Greetings. Can I pose a question?
Yeah. Sure.
In that case, what's driving? Which one is driving? Is it the soul or the spirit?
The Bible seems to delineate the soul as being, in the New Testament, the soul is seems to be qualified as that which is immaterial. The spirit seems to be that which is referred to as just your mind, where Paul says, be renewed in the spirit of your mind. In, I forget if it's in Timothy or Timothy or Jude, where it says that may your body, soul, and spirit be preserved till the day of our Lord Jesus Christ. So it seems to be a combination of the three, the creaturely trinity, if you will, the body, mind, and soul.
But why do we separate the body from the mind? If it's attached and fully functional, given dreams and everything. Is it consciousness itself?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it just as Trinitarians say God is one, but three persons. The human is one, but having three distinct components.
Let me put it in a very poor example. In my case, if I have a pack of cigarettes in front of me, and I'm eager to either smoke or not smoke, given the consciousness and the free will and everything, what's driving me to smoke? Is it the nicotine itself, or is it something else beyond nicotine and beyond matter?
They all play a role. As Albino and I had a conversation about how the different reasons come into play, and that it should not be disregarded as being as a choice being completely random. But it would be how conditioned you are to the effects of cigarettes, how cognizant you are of the health risks that come with smoking cigarettes, and as well as how dependent you are on nicotine, I guess. To where if you had
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you finished.
Yeah, no, I was just at the tail end of it. If you had a nicotine patch, then maybe you could pull through.
Well, I would say that you're not the master of your own house, meaning that there is this perception that people have that there is this me inside, and I have the will to do whatever I want, but you're not the master of the house. So there are these mechanisms that within yourself that it is outside of your control. So for example, if you are sad, you cannot say that I wish to be happy and then therefore I'm happy, right? So there are these driving forces within you that you are not in control of. But there is that unconscious part of you. So there's a lot of automated stuff that is going on, like reflexes and so forth. Like you didn't choose to move your hand when you put your hand on a hot stove, right? These things happen. So there are lots of involuntary stuff. And what you are conscious is the thing that you have will over.
That sounds largely agreeable. It's just, we equivocate over what it means to be in control. When someone says, I didn't want to be here, but I'm here because of, for your sake, and, the competing desires, and whether it's all how you define things. Philosophers tend to define anything that we do physically as being our greatest desire. And at a certain point it becomes circular. If all that you do is your greatest desire, then all you can do is your greatest desire. But in reality, reality, that may not be the case. The depends on the nature of the human ontology. Is it merely, is it monism? Is it dualism? Idealism?
I think we tend to look at things sort of in a binary way, because we are sort of like conditioned from Aristotle, that there is something that is true or false. But there are things can be neither true or false, right? So there's ability to dissect things beyond something that is black and white. So when it comes to like what you are as a person, it's not that clear as like, yeah, you have free will and you don't have free will, right? So there are like, for instance, split brain, for like when people have seizures, people's brains get split, and interesting things happen. It's people actually lie, and you could do certain things, and people would actually make up a story like, why did you walk over to that place? You could tell the left brain, and then the right brain wouldn't know, but the right brain would make up a story why you did something, right? And they're not deliberately lying, right? So there is these phenomena that we are of, that the human psyche, it's not that clear cut as you have like free will.
Yeah. This is an ongoing field of research in psychology, neurology, trying to bridge the gap between the two. I'm curious, would you happen to be a physicalist? Are you?
I suppose like you approach these things in sort of a dualistic way. So most people, there is this physical world, and then there is this psychic world, the mind and the body, and then you could go down the third part, which is panpsychism. Is that the underlying? Why do we need to have this sort of a dual nature thing? But bringing both of them together, and then to say that underlying nature of everything is the mind. So the universe is the mind, and then on top of it, you have that physical manifestation of things.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like idealism.
Right.
Yeah, I'm completely open to that.
So, I gotta step away. Crimson, my old friend, what are you currently now? I assume still a theist, but what flavor? What denomination?
I've been an Arminian for the last going on 5
Still?
years.
After Jimmy Stevens and I tried to talk so much sense, and now heavyweight albedo here tried to talk so much sense, and you still hold to libertarian free will. Oh my God! So the tension between God's sovereignty and human free will, you're just appealing to this metaphysical state of mystery, where it's just pure volition. Still,
I guess you could say that, but keep in mind that even in albedo's model, there is a libertarian component as well.
Well, I will later talk some sense into albedo with his alternative option, where people can be irrational and choose something that's in line with their highest desire and stuff. But look, for now, do you talk to Jimmy Stevens every now and then or not?
Jimmy's, no.
Yeah, the Calvinist guy. Well, you and I, we talked a lot of.
That guy?
Yeah.
Screen name Satan, a Satan Christ.
Yep.
I spoke to him a little bit here and there, nothing memorable.
All right. Well, so it's been like, I don't know, 6-7 years when we had like these talks. But so I'm deconstructing but I'm not going to jettison all of Christianity. So I would love to talk to Obito sometimes about, because I'm trying to reconstruct and see if like Catholicism or Orthodoxy or what works best. Because I'm not getting down with the Pope and the Maria stuff, but there's also a lot of good redeeming qualities of Catholicism. So, are you still there, Obito?
Yeah.
So in 2000, so next year you're going to make that big decision, right? And your hiccup is universalism.
That's one of them, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So as you know, I'm trying to reconstruct, but I'm not sure what type of theism. Accepting evolution and having given up inerrancy, what type of Christianity is right for me. I guess that's too much to unpack here for now. So yeah.
Well, I mean, when it comes to religion, so we got this psychic phenomena as human beings, but then religion and stuff like this is something that's built on top of that psychic phenomena. So, like, you could trace like where ideas have come from. Like, you could trace where Christianity come from. Like, if you could combine anthropology with religion and language, certain words are borrowed, right? So
how is this not some type of fancy?
These are ideas
that
gets
how is this not some type of
from one
genetic
place to another,
fallacy?
right?
How is this not a genetic fallacy?
So what was that?
So it was sounding like you were setting up some type of critique, right, about the origin of Christian faith, how you can trace it back to anthropology and how, what's borrowing from whom and what concept, etc. Which to I could reply, well, that's a genetic fallacy. It doesn't mean, even if so, it doesn't mean that therefore it's not some type of progressive revelation or real revelation from a God. It doesn't mean therefore it's false, but maybe I jumped the gun there.
Going with, right? So since it's a cultural phenomena, right? So like it's very natural for human beings is to borrow ideas and these ideas to evolve over time. So that's why you have variation of the same religious ideas, but in different parts of the United States, you would practice Christianity differently. So these are
right. So Ceylon or Salon, I cannot read it. Right. So the problem I have here is that the phenomena, right, that we're describing, like if the God hypothesis or the Christian God hypothesis, which explains it, and you have your human anthropology explanation as to why religion might have evolved or came to be in a way it has, right? So you have different hypotheses explaining the phenomena, human religion. So is there an argument you're lining up, or are you just saying, well, this is just one of the explanations of why people are religious? What exactly are you doing? Are you making an argument or just an observation?
Well, no. I mean, generally, I don't tend to have a very strong view. I tend to talk about things and point to things, but I tend, it's best not to, like in anybody's case, it's best not to fix yourself onto something. So if you could pivot, it's always better, right? Then you have the freedom of choice rather than pinning yourself to that I belong to this. Once you say that, so no matter whether it's true or false, I got to defend it now, right? So it's best to be that sort of a free-minded person so that you could think clearly, right? So having said that, so like if you've got a group of people, you need some form of moral code in order to exist, right? Otherwise, it would be just chaos, right? So religion actually serves a purpose of people living together, right? And that could come in so many different variety and flavor. I think it's important, like how you think as well, right? So it sort of marks you as a person. So are you one of these sort of like a rigid people, right? So like fixated with something, you cannot pivot, right? Then you're not really thinking anymore.
Albedo, are you there? Mr. Albedo, are you there?